Ba-da-da-down. Ba-da-da-down. Hello. I'm currently brushing my hair because once again having those mornings where, you know, you get up, you start doing stuff well in time, but every time you look at the clock, it's like you look at the clock, it's go, oh, it's like 2 hours before the stream. And you look away and you look back at the clock, it's like, oh wait, exactly how much time? And it's like an hour's gone. And then you blink and again like half an hour's gone. It's like, what? No. So I'm just brushing my hair. Also, to be fair, it's been a while. There we go. There we go. Trying to be organised, trying to be neat. Hi Anthony, how you doing? Yeah, my hair gets very knotted. Don't worry about it. If you're going to hear scraping noises, it's just the hairbrush shattering and breaking apart upon the knotted mess that is the cupcake fondant hair. Oh gosh, itchy chest. Itchy. Oh, this is a really horrible shirt. It's like really thick material. I don't like thick materials. I like nice thin materials. But then the thin materials get holes in them. It's like, what? Why? Because it's thin and it's weak and it's breathable. Ow. 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 It makes it look like, since I said I'm brushing my hair, that like I'm brushing my brush through the hair and I'm just like picking myself up with it. Like some sort of cartoon character. There we go. Ow, ow, ow. Yeah, my hair, very knotted. Don't worry about it. Ow! Why? Why is it so knotted? Ow. Ow. I'm sorry, but how are you doing today? I am doing. I'm trying to get my act in order. You know, trying to be.
Life is a struggle, and Capcom is playing on Asian difficulty. Emotional damage.
Yeah, do you know when people talk about Asian parents and stuff? Yeah, that's my parents. That's my parents. It's like, oh no, you gotta be. You've dishonored your family. We're not gonna talk to you. We're literally going to be crying or telling you did awful. Oh. Yeah, my parents were very much like the Asian difficulty. I've been constantly comparing me to people. It's like, the next doors, right across the road, your cushion. It's like, so, how come you don't have any friends? You need to go to more clubs, you need to do more sports, you need to do more studying, you need to do more this, you need to do more of that. It's like, I mean, there's so much stuff. I'm not one of those people who can do it all. I mean, I did generally do relatively well in school, but the funny thing is I did mostly well in the subjects I barely studied, like physics and maths. Well, for ones I studied a lot, I'm just like, yeah, I'm still not doing well in them. So I learnt the lesson of just don't study. Just don't study and you do well. That did not serve me as well in university. Oh, there we go. There we go. Things are going well now. What else happened? There we go. Hello. I'm ready. I'm ready for the stream. I've got my collar on. Got my lip balm on. But yeah, let's see. It's a hand cam all set up properly. Smash! Drop pots. drop pods. Okay, that's a bit, the saturation's a bit off there. If I turn the light off, does that, wow, looks better. Yeah, drop pods. Love me my drop pods. You gotta be, well, you better be ready to be homeless. I mean, at first they used to be like that. But then they found out the illness I've had pretty much my entire life. You know what's actually an illness. And they're like, I've ever felt really guilty about that. Actually, no, once I got to university and stuff, and I got to go down south, and, you know, I got to see doctors down south where, do you know, they actually have healthcare funding. They're like, hey, so you're autistic, did you know that? It's like, no. It's like, well, it was the most obvious thing ever. I don't know why you didn't know that. Oh, so you're dyslexic, did you know that? It's like, nope. That might explain why you didn't do as well in, you know, written tests as you really should have done. It's like, okay, that makes sense. Oh, goodness. And it's like, oh, do you know this stomach issue stuff you've got? Oh, yeah, we actually know more about that. We can do studies. It's like, do you know that entire thing where you keep getting told to eat greens and then you keep saying you feel ill afterwards and more fibre and you keep saying it's killing you? Well, it's true, actually. Yeah, it's a thing. It's a well-studied, well-documented thing amongst many people. And, you know, you're one of them. It's like, oh, okay. I think my parents felt very guilty after that. They've been riding easy on their guilt ever since. Yeah! Well, not really. Not really. I mean, people still get surprised when I'm like, yeah, I do pay rent. I have to pay rent to my parents. I have to pay for things. It's like, yeah, but how much rent? Well, for a 1-bedroom flat, well, it's currently like, well, not flat, one more room. Oh, but here we go. Here we go. Look at this thing. Nah, I got good parents. There's obviously difficulties with them. But what parents don't you have difficulties with? Even the best parents of the world you're still going to have difficulties with because, you know, that's just the entire nature of being a child and being a parent. Oh, gosh. And if you don't think you've had any difficulties with your kid or with your own parents, then you know, generally there's stuff going on that you don't know about. Generally. Oh, but look at this. Look at this. Oh, it's drop pods. I love drop pods. I always wanted a drop pod. But like when they first came out, how expensive were they? Like 30 quid or like 25 quid or something, I don't know. Which was quite expensive back then, especially when I was just a kid. You know, I couldn't afford that. Not while getting Space Marines and stuff at the same time. I don't know why I decided to stop. There we go, look at this drop pod. Oh, I don't know if I want to put the little bits of terrain on it. Oh, look at that. There's different symbols you can have on. Oh yeah, also, as I said yesterday, I did start painting these guys off stream. And I got quite a bit of progress done. So, you know that we did the white and stuff on stream. We did the purple. I think I'm going to have to put a bit of more Gene Stealer purple here just to like put a bit of brightness in the top part. Need to highlight that green a bit. Need to do the highlights on the blue. But I did the gold. I did the bronze. I put the Agrax of shade on them. Then I highlighted them with some copper. Need to do the silver into here. Need to do the leathers bit still. Need to neaten up the whites and the blacks. Also, I tried getting this guy's face looking cool. As you can see, I did his pupil. I was not here. The new update dropped on warships that I was... Oh, you weren't here. What do you mean? You didn't watch the VOD? Oh, terrible. Okay. His face is really, really pale, which is purposeful. I want it to look desecrated and dead. Oh my gosh, come on. Come on. There we go. Yeah, you can see I did the pupil and the eye. I think I went a bit too pale. I want it looking more dead the closer it gets to the metal parts. So I tried going for some pallid rich flesh there. Otherwise, what I ended up going with is flayed one flesh and skeleton hard instead of, you know, a normal flesh shade. And I think that worked really well. And then just highlight again with skeleton hard. And then a bit of highlight of rich flesh the closer it gets to the metal part. Which it looks okay, but I might do some more flayed one flesh tone. A bit on its eyebrow and stuff, just to create more of a gradient. Let's slip the ducks of war. The ducks of war, yeah. This guy is starting to look really cool. Look how he's got so much gold on him. He could be a custody. Oh yeah, this guy's starting to look cool. I need to do for flames here. Oh, I might just rip them off in the end. I'm not sure. I'll try doing some flames. The way I do flames is black tip. So do paint them red, then paint the tips black. Lower parts you paint orange, and for lowest parts you paint white, and then just like the very center of the, no, not white yet, it's yellow, sorry. And the very center you paint white. So yeah, as I said, I need to do the blues, need to do the highlights, need to do... I've done the highlights on the reds. I just need to do the highlights on the greens and stuff. Oh yeah, lightning sword as well. We need to put the lightning on it. But otherwise, we're mostly finished. We're very close to being finished. I might just finish them off stream and then start the next three for the next stream. Although there is some of the time-consuming bits left. One of the biggest time-consuming parts is honestly just neatening all of the black areas. Going over all the things where I went out to the lines, got some blue or some white or gold.
Misery's word of the day, clean. Cupcon's table looks significantly cleaner today. Less messy.
What do you mean? It's still a horrible mess. I've not cleaned it. I've not tried cleaning it yet. I say not try. I've tried cleaning it in the past, but not since people have mentioned it. But hi, Denison and Misery, how you doing? Yeah, thinking. There's quite a bit of work. Oh yeah, so the neatening up of the black hair. So it's not just white, it's also using some Abaddon black and just going over some of the parts where I want the black to be a bit more solid. And then the most time-consuming part after that will be just adding all the wear and tear to the armor like this guy has. Which I'm still not sure how I feel about it. I like wear and tear my armors. I've been enjoying painting some faces. I've not been enjoying trying to get the eyes to work, but hi, Vince Falcador. No, Cuptle, don't eat me. Don't eat me. I'm still just a cupcake. I'm still just a cupcake. I just look like a banana. And cupcakes are friends, not food, Cuptle. Well, we need to make a drop pods of these fellas. Well, not for these ones. We got some different squads of the drop pods. This is going to be... I've not opened this box yet. But this is going to be for the... seed detachment. I need to get 2 drop pods as well for my defense detachment, because the defense detachment has 3 drop pods in it. But, ooh. Oh my goodness. Yeah, there was a hole punched halfway through the box and into here. I hope the models are fine. Hope they look fine. They look fine. There's oh, this is why they come in boxes of 2. Because while these 2 bits are identical to one another, you got 2 sprues like this, identical to one another. But then you've got 1 sprue that builds both of them. Does it build both of them? Yeah, it builds both of them. Interesting. Oh, I thought the rocks on the drop pods were completely optional, but no, it looks like they... I've heard they were optional. It looks like the extra rocks are optional. Ooh, Black Templar symbols. Yeah. Oh, that's not good. Don't know if you can see there, but you can just about see a tiny bit. It looks a bit like fussiness at the end of the spike. The other tips. It's just where bits of the plastic is coming off. It's gonna need neatening there. It's gonna need neatening. Little bits of plastic flash. Unless it was on purpose, but I don't think it would have been. So. Ooh, Imperial Fist symbol. Aquila. So how do we actually build the drop pods? Do we want to go with... Oh, it wants us to start with the top, not the bottom part. Interesting. How much armor does the drop pod have? Not a lot of armor. Well, at least board game versions don't. In actual lore, drop pods are incredibly well armored. Actually, I guess they do in for board game as well. Because the entire point is that they drop like at many times the speed of sound from space, go blast through the atmosphere, punching a big old hole in the ozone layer, and then they smash into the ground at breakneck speed. They do slow themselves down, but they like there's incredible amounts of forces on them. Drop pods are incredibly difficult to shoot down. Not because you can't hit them or you can't track them. It's just literally they are... A drop pod is mostly a case of ceramite. Like enough armor to basically build a Land Raider from. But in a much more compact, much thicker, much better armored. I don't know if they have shielding. I've heard things where drop pods have like force field shielding, but I don't know how lore accurate that is. But once they land, a drop pod is basically useless. Old Horus Heresy drop pods could fly back up into space. Nowadays, the drop pods are just collected after the fact. Often they're not even collected. But if they are collected, they might not even be collected by the same Space Marine chapter. It might just be some scavengers, like, you know, tech piece scavengers, sorry. Who will scavenge a drop pod to build a new drop pod or to build something else. I mean, once they do drop, they're completely opened up, so obviously they're going to be weaker. Orbital Assault Force would be epic scale and should be bringing the barge with her army. Yeah! Trying to play Orbital Assault Force. Orbital Assault Force, I think I think one of my armies has Orbital Assault Force on it. The Defense Force has 3 drop pods in it, but no, if it's not Orbital Assault Force. I'll show you for different armies. Just give me a moment. New recruit. So if I go down to here... Siege Force might be Orbit. I don't think it yet. It's got Hammer Assault Force. Because while it does have 2 drop pods, all it's doing is dropping some Infernus off. The rest of it is being brought in by Land Raiders.
Cherub's Assault Claw would like to know your location, so it can waddle over to it and shred you with 5 weapons arrays.
Yeah. The drop pods. They have drop pod assault. They're toughness 7. Yeah, they're not very tough. Once a drop pod's landed, it's not very tough at all. Trying to shoot a drop pod from the sky, though, is incredibly difficult. And it's very rare to successfully do so. Even if you do shoot it from the sky, occupants are normally going to live. You sometimes find with the likes of bolt gun and stuff that this isn't always the case. But usually it is. Usually it's very, very difficult to shoot. Now, that being said, they're not going to drop pods if they don't think they're going to be able to land them. It's very, very, very rare that they'll drop a drop pod if they don't think that they'll be able to get through the defences. Because, you know, they don't want to just throw 10 Marines to the death. So I think I did read somewhere once of them dropping a whole load of drop pods onto the enemy. With the intent that only one of them or 2 of them would be filled with actual people. And the rest of them are just there to basically, you know, deal with the enemy firepower. So if they drop a bunch down, then if they drop another wave that has your people in, then there's another wave that goes even faster behind them. As I don't think it would fit into a Colosseum setting. Yeah, I wish the drop pods have a bolter turrets that appears in some arts. They used to. In fact, the only other drop pod we've built on the channel does actually have these storm bolters in them. Not storm bolters, he's got the rocket launchers in them. Yeah, drop pods used to have rocket launchers. Each time a unit disembarks on this model, blah blah blah. It's otherwise a quite useless model. Like, honestly, at this point, drop pods might as well just be tokens. It has absolutely no OC, so it can't contest objectives. It does absolutely nothing. All it does is just drop someone down. It can't shoot, it can't fight, it can't move. It doesn't even allow them to drop closer. And if the Orbital Assault Force makes drop pods feel even less worthwhile, because, you know, you can give things Deep Strike now. And arguably just giving something Deep Strike's better than paying 70 points for a drop. And that Orbital Assault Force does have some cool ability. Like, you got a bunch of stratagems and stuff. And you got reroll. This entire... On the turn it comes on a drop pod, reroll a hit roll of 1 isn't really worth the 70 points compared to just generically having reroll 1 to wound. He says potentially, oh, I guess that is one thing, you can move block the enemy. But one of the things you want to do with a drop pod is that you have to remember with Space Marines, you can't just drop a drop pod by itself onto the enemy. There's a squad inside the drop pod that has to drop with it, and you're playing Space Marines. But it's got to be a lot of pot. That squad is going to be expensive, and you don't just want to waste it move blocking somebody. I mean, it is good, like, be able to just drop a unit of, like, Crusaders behind your enemy lines. Pretty decent, not gonna lie. Is it worth 70 points to basically just give them Deep Strike? Honestly, might be. I guess one thing you can do is you can drop it onto like, if you got like a piece of terrain here, enemy objective here, you can like drop the drop pod right there. Let's say you got pieces like movement blocking terrain here and here, and the enemy home objective is like here or something. You can drop your drop pod here and prevent your opponent getting to the objective while your main squad actually secures it and defeats the enemy there. I guess that's one use
Now,
for
if you
it.
excuse me, I'll spend my CP for a rapid ingress.
Yeah. Hi, Crazy Buttnick. How you doing? I remember when I could use Drop Pod Assault and Deathwing together to just drop pod my whole army. You can kind of drop pod your army. I think you still have to set up a unit in the first turn. Oh, and if you're playing like the chapter approved play style, then yeah, you do have to have at least half of your army on the board, pretty much. But if you're not playing chapter approved, then you can pretty much still just drop whatever you want down. I also wish we can deep strike stuff onto the enemy with drop pods like battle suits. There used to be a Dreadnought drop pod and it still exists in Legends. But now you can do that using... That's a fun thing about Orbital Assault Force. You can just give a unit deep strike now, which is very nice. So effectively just it's basically saying, yeah, my Dreadnought just drop podded on. My Centurions just drop podded on, or teleported on. Whatever you want to. You can headcanon it in anyway. 11th edition, let's go. Hi, Rayo MC. Yeah, a lot of people are looking forward to 11th edition. At the moment, the new box set doesn't really excite me at all for what they've shown. Neat that Gutsmech got his own model. Yeah, finally got his own model. I guess if they're going to be doing that with a lot more characters, just slowly bringing back various characters. Because one of the reasons they got rid of all the characters is because of the entire thing of... If they make a data sheet for a unit, they have to have a model with it as well. Otherwise, you know... It was basically, they were told that other companies can just make their own versions of Games Workshop models if a data sheet exists, but not an official model. So, which is why, like, Guardsman lost, like, 100 characters of various other codexes lost.
Wahoo, 11th edition, 70 new detachments. 69 of them are for Marine, nice.
Nice. I mean, a lot of them are probably going to be for Marines through one way or another, whether it be Chaos Marines, Space Marines, one of the Codex Supplement chapters, Death Guard, any of the Monoguard factions, as it were. So, yeah. There's probably going to be a lot for Marines. I'm hoping with 11th edition, they bring back Lost and the Damned. I was hoping that, like, you know, Armageddon, Eye of Terror, you know, these campaign supplements that are coming out, one of them would bring Lost of the Damned with it, but doesn't look like it. So I'm hoping 11th edition will bring us the Lost and the Damned. Okay, so I want 4, 4, and 4. Okay, I guess all of these are just labelled for... No, that one's labelled 5. Oh no, this is 4. There we go. 70 new detachments, 50 marine detachments, 1 for every other faction. No, it looks like there'll be 3 for each faction at the very least, because each detachment is getting given a number of points. So you can have 3 detachment points in your army effectively, and every detachment will be given a number of points from 1 to 3. The strongest detachments will be given 3 points, while the weakest detachments will be given 1 point. So that means you can either have 1 really strong detachment, 3 really weak detachments, or a mediocre detachment and a weak detachment together. That's how they're doing the entire detachment mixing, it looks like. So from that, it sounds like you're going to at least get like 3 detachments. I imagine 1 strong one, 1 mediocre one. And it's probably going to be for every major faction. Things like Codex supplement factions might only get like 1 detachment extra. So Blood Angels, Black Templars, Space Wolves and stuff. Which will still be mean. It will be a lot for Space Marines. Like, if the main Space Marines get 3 new detachments, and each of the Codex supplements gets 1. That's got to be a lot just for Space Marines. Please, W, don't remove Sample Rock. No, all of the old detachments are going to be still existing. But it sounds like they are going to update. Oh, so they said 70 detachments. They didn't say 70 new ones. They said 70 new and updated detachments. So that means a bunch of the other detachments are going to probably be changed quite heavily from the sound of it. Just to fit the new 11th edition idea. So some of them might be made weaker, so that they can reduce the points cost of them. Some might be made stronger, so they can increase the points cost of them. But it sounds like they're really focusing on creating this idea of, well, as I said, some strong detachments, some weak detachments. Oh, it goes here. Okay. That makes sense. Yeah, I remember most detachments are just the same detachments for 10th, but they update to better to fit 11th. Yeah, sure thing, Denison, but it'll be 3 detachment points and monkey paw kills. I mean, that'll be fine, honestly. I imagine most of the decent detachments will be 3 points, or will be upped in strength to be worth 3 points. The other ones are like, okay, this would be too broken to mix with something. But, you know, it's not really strong enough to be worth 3 points by itself. So probably just up it to be worth 3 points. Or at least that's how I imagine they'll do it. There'll probably be a lot of teething pains going into 11th. Like, don't expect them to have everything perfectly sorted out. Especially not until they have the first tournament of 11th. Well, probably, actually, what they'll do is they'll do this match play thing. And it'll be like mini campaign thing, but the entire point of it will basically just be to get mass feedback and data on all of the detachments changes that they've made. And to try and figure stuff out. And this will probably take them a good few months to finally get through. So after 11th comes out, I probably imagine it'll be a year before everything becomes fully balanced. Which is pretty normal. It's pretty normal. Don't forget, it took 10th most of its edition to finally get to this stage. Like, it's not until we started to get to the campaign books that 10th was finally fully balanced. And every chapter, every faction was... almost every faction. Pour one out for Chaos Demons. Was fully, you know, had a lot of detachments, lots of things working for it. See, I knew you wanted to mix it with something. You would want 450 Poxwalkers. She can only get the effect out to 450 Poxwalkers. I'll try Mortorian's hammer with Shamblewat so I can screen the board to protect my artilleries. Yeah, you're probably going to find things like Shamblewat and the ones that you the detachments that you really want to mix with other detachments. Most of them are probably not going to be able to mix because you're probably thinking of some of the strongest detachments out there already. I like the idea though of, you know, stronger detachments being made stronger to be worth 3 points and weaker detachments, you know. Because you already have this issue of some detachments are really thematic, but they kind of suck. And that's also, it's like Night Lords at the moment. There's 2 detachments that are really good for Night Lords in terms of theme, but neither of them are super strong. So combining them together would be good. And what you might find is that some of the best ones that you like want to mix with something, they'll probably be aware that people want to mix them. Like, they'll probably be aware that people want to mix, like, Renegade Space Marines with other detachments, but Renegade Space Marines is really strong. So what they might do is just absolutely nerf the detachment so it can be mixed with other stuff. Prizing my poor demons. Demons are still one of the best factions, though, in terms of how well they actually do. But yeah, no new stuff. There we go. I guess the assassin detachment from Imperial Agents is like Siege worst detachment. It feels so bad. It would be free for an Imperial army if it takes an assassin. Yeah. Agents. Okay, agents also didn't get balanced. I'll give them that. Yeah, I'll give you that as well. I don't hold out any hope that, you know, demons or agents are going to get balanced any better than they currently are. That's sad. There's only actually one of them in here. One Templar symbol. I guess it's one Templar symbol and 3 Aquilas then, I guess. Yeah. Ah. The old drop pods had 4 of each symbol. You know, Templar, Space Wolves, Ultramarines, Aquilas, Inquisitor. Oh, it doesn't even have Inquisitor symbols in it. Of a Death Watch. Of a Grey Knights. These sprues, this sprue is really heavy, like, I don't know, just plastic. Very dense plastic. I'd rather see 4 total DP with detachments costing 3, 2, and 1. Then we can combine some. I think they want to balance it. So, because some detachments are already kind of broken, and the ability to mix those detachments will just be absolutely insane. And while it would be fun, you can always just say that you can use 4 points if you want to in your own casual games. But competitive official games, any sort of official game will probably still just be locked to 3 detachment points with some rare exceptions. If you want to play casually though and have, you know, 4 detachment points, you're free to do that. Just as you're free to pretty much do anything. In fact, I was watching an official Vtuber part on the Warhammer TV thing. And they did a thing where, you know, a character usually can't join a certain squad. And they said they're just going to do it anyway because I think it'll be fun. And it's like, yeah, that's exactly what these things are about. You don't have to play Warhammer the way it is in the rules. The rules are there to make something as balanced as possible. If you don't care about the balance too much, you can just modify the rules how you wish. If you don't like a certain rule, home rule it. You just ask your opponent if they're fine doing that. If it's casual games. So long as you both agree. I know already with terrain and stuff, some people home rule it that if you like have a destroyed vehicle, you have to put down terrain. Or you have to leave it where it is. While others have rules of, you know,
That's
you can...
kind of wild that even GW is like, thank you for the rules, G-dubs. We will take it from here.
Yeah, Games Workshop's always been like that. If you read like Dwarf magazine, Back to Reports, they especially do that. But mode lines are on this. Should have probably cut the mode line off. But it's on the inside. But yeah, Games Workshop's always been like that. Old white dwarfs, new white dwarfs. One of their Back to Reports they also have is literally just, hey, we want to do a monster hunt with our Space Wolves. We've been enjoying Space Wolves lately. So we're going to have this special game that we do with, we're going to have like a Tyranid we want to hunt. But before we can get to it, oh, what was it? Oh yeah, each side basically. Both players made a Space Wolf army using just characters, named characters, but neither of them could have the same character as one another. And the entire thing is they play against one another, but waves and waves of Tyranids spawn against them, and they have to like kill for different Tyranids. And whoever gets like the most kills and gets a final kill, it's like they earn victory points through them. And the main thing is if you want to kill like a special powerful Trigon and stuff. Which I thought was a bit silly. Wasn't a big fan of it. But it's the kind of thing you can do. When we've been reading the combat patrols as well, they give us just a bunch of different scenarios. Like, you know, hey, both of your Imperial players. And here's a bunch of like enemies you spawn using your old models. Like your Tyranid models or whatever, your Arc models are... Here's a scenario. I enjoy those scenarios. I call them scenarios. You can make up your own scenarios for your games, or you can use like things from the Combat Patrol magazines, White Dwarf. Sometimes they do put cool scenarios on the website. Yeah. They're playing Space Marine 2 on the tabletop. Oh, they do have official rules of that now. One of the old white dwarfs, I say old, one of the semi-recent White Dwarf, it has the rules for how to play Space Marine 2 on tabletop. So yeah, they literally do have that now. Yeah, that's actually one of the fun things about reading White Dwarves, is they often include rules like that. For a long while, Sisters of Battle, their only codex actually came in a White Dwarf magazine, but it was actually considered official rules. Vampire Coast was quite similar. So yeah, Games Workshops, they do that quite a lot. They definitely don't encourage it as much as they used to, but they still encourage it. They ultimately want you to find as many fun ways to play as possible so that, you know, you still play even if you don't always agree with the rules. One thing I saw as well is they did like their own campaign. Where it was a mini campaign. It was just 2 battles. Where effectively the main objective for one game was basically whoever has control of a knight at the end of the game. So if they had the knight throne as an objective in the middle of the game, the Mechanicum player started with the knight in their control. And the Chaos player effectively needed to push forward, break through the enemy lines, and take control of the knight. If they do, the next game they played, one of them would get a Knight Castellan on their side. And the Chaos player won that one, so they did another game, and both sides got to make an army. And the point was, every single time you lose a knight, at the start of the next turn, roll a dice. On a, I think it was a 3 or 4 plus, the knight comes back. Not the same knight, like, lore canonically wise, it's not the same knight, but like the actual knight did fail, but this is just reinforcements coming in. And at turn 2, there's a chance of the new, the Castellan Knight coming onto the battlefield. And the Imperial player's job was to kill the Knight Castellan. And they kept track of just how many knights both players had killed. The Imperials won. They killed the Castella and killed the Castellan and killed the most knights. This is kind of obvious since the Imperial player just basically put down a bunch of knights that had thermal cannons. And they counted armigers as lost knights. So yeah. Hello, Jericho Miles. How you doing? Live. Yarick has returned. Yarick has returned. Very excited. And Captain Gray, not Captain Graves, Commissar Graves has returned. Loving the new Commissar Graves model. I just wish it wasn't a character because I like that vehicle so much. Yeah. Sometimes you have to remember it's a game and we're here to have fun. Yeah, I played a match on Space Marine 2. They dropped 3 Carnifexes, as 2 Zoanthropes, 3 Lictors, 3 Biophors, 4 melee ranged war. 4 melee and ranged warriors, and infinite Terma and Hormigons. It was crazy. Yeah, sometimes a game just really doesn't want you to win around. I was eating squigs when Yavik returned. You was there eating squigs. Where were you when Yavik returned? Oh, what was that? What's that one thing, Dilfer? Where were you when 9/11 happened? Oh, I need to figure it out. Oh gosh. phone rung. It's just like, hi, Mal. Oh yeah, apology for bad English. Where were you when Yavik returned? I was at house eating squigs when phone ring. Yavik is returned. Yes. Oh gosh, the best. What happened? What happened? Nothing happened. We're building a drop pod. Oh, it comes to pieces. I was at home eating squig when Yavik returned. Phone ring. Yavik is returned. Yes. Imperium is crazy. By the way, if you like 40k lore and stuff, and the hypocrisy of the Imperium, I really recommend the Dawn of Fire series. I wouldn't say it's like the best thing ever, but I just really love the fact it just really highlights all the hypocrisies of the Imperium. Oh, wait, they're glued together here. Oh, that makes sense. Could you imagine if the entire Yavik Has Returned animation was actually just Commissar Graves, and then at the very end, Yavik walks in? And it's like, oh my gosh, it's just I was expecting Yavik, like the going to Armageddon, where's Yavik, and then it's like, oh, who is this Commissar Graves? And then Yavik returned. Compared to 40k, Old World and Age of Sigmar, Inquisitors are very reasonable, even kind people. I know where I was when Yavik returned. I was fishing his soul out of the ether to put in a demon engine. It was a commission for Smilax, don't ask. Then she yeeted it away like the primer. The Primarchs. No! Compared to 40k, Old World and Age of Sigmar, Inquisitors are very reasonable, even kind people. Okay, it really depends. In 40k, Inquisitors can be very reasonable and kind people. It depends on what Inquisitor is. Often the older an Inquisitor is, the more radical they are. And radical in that regard is not dogmatic, they're iconoclasts. They do more things that are considered heretical, whether it be literally working with demons and Xenos, or just literally being kinder and recognizing, the faults in people. The more dogmatic ones are usually the younger ones. You were so mad. Pat, pat, pat to you, Anthony. Old World Inquisitors are actually incredibly rich. You don't really get much Inquisitors in Old World, mind you. It depends where you are, but Old World is not as... Old World is both more grimdark than old fantasy and like Total War, and less grimdark. It's less grimdark in which it's meant to be hundreds of years before fantasy took place, and as a result, they're in much a better era of, you know, scientific progress. They're less religious. Chaos has far less power. All of that stuff. But at the same time, there's much less unity within the Empire, Bretonia, and all of these places. No one's really, you know, there's constant never-ending war and violence everywhere as people are killing one another. It's not beastmen and chaos causing all of the killing and violence. It's just humans killing one another. The high elves aren't really working that well with humans. They are to some extent. They do recognize that the chaos is gaining power and they need humans to fix themselves. But at the same time, the high elves aren't even that united on those thoughts. Same goes for the dwarves. They don't even recognize that chaos is coming about at the moment, and they don't have, you know, Ironbrow. Is he called Ironbrow? Thorek Ironbrow, the king of the dwarves. He's not born yet, I don't think. So they're not very unified either. So yeah, the entire thing is crazy. But at the same time, there's much more scientific progress. There's much greater understanding. Like, they generally recognize that Skaven... Actually, no, I think Skaven are recognized as potentially having existed, but Skaven don't have anywhere near as much influence or power as they currently do in, you know, fantasy. So... generally, it's not as grimdark in those perspectives. You don't get as much... You got the witch hunters. Witch hunters are relatively grim. They're a bit more like the grimdark Inquisition, burning people, all of that stuff. But there's much less witch hunters, and they don't have anywhere near as much power as they do in fantasy. Age of Sigmar, I don't know. I don't know how that goes in Age of Sigmar. Fantasy, the Inquisition and Witch Hunters are incredibly bad. But that's partly because they, there's actually more need for them to be. Amber Skaven is worse threat in Age of Sigmar than either Chaos. Skaven are Chaos. But yeah, for Austria, it was a Skaven who, with Clan Morse, who invaded the dwarves and got in the way of half of the dwarven actions. It was Clan Scryer and the Council of the 13th that brought back the Horned Rat, who destroyed Mordheim, who invaded... known and all sorts. Yeah, Skaven were absolutely crazy during the end times. But the thing about the Skaven is that they were more dangerous just because there was no unity amongst them and they were constantly fighting one another. The Empire recognized that the reason that they say like there's no Skaven and they're like so secretive about it is that they don't want the Skaven to unify. And they recognise that if the Skaven just fight one another and they don't see humans as a threat, they won't unify against humans. But if people start recognising that Skaven are real, then the Skaven...
and Vashta fighting to be the 5th Chaos God. Meanwhile, the Horned Rat giving peace signs Gus he knows he is the 5th God already.
Yeah, except in 40k. Would Catcom beat the Skaven? Yes, obviously. Also, why am I getting headpats? No one used the headpat command. Headpats. There you go. Yeah, but so they don't want people recognizing that Skaven are a thing, because they don't want people unifying to, you know, burn out the Skaven. Because the more they do, like they attack the Skaven, and the more they act against the Skaven, the more likely
Stinky
the Skaven
cat.
are to... Yeah. I'm not stinky. I'm not a cat. I'm a cupcake who's just oddly cat-shaped right now. Yeah. But more for Skaven Unify. But worse it is for humans. So it's better just to keep them all a secret. That being said, they still burn out for Skaven, but it's mostly just when for Skaven are getting too big. Or when they're getting too close to the city. What does Skaven taste like? That? Skaven tastes like very tough, kind of sour rat, apparently. Not very tasty. It literally would be a lot tastier just having a normal rat. Well, that being said, apparently rat is quite a tasty meat anyway. Head pats of a cat tail, touch fluffy tail. Touch a fluffy... No, not allowed to touch my fluffy tail. You know how long it takes to keep care of that tail? Skaven are a huge threat. Skaven are one of the weirdest factions though. We got most of a drop pod shell done now. Yeah. This is easier to build than the previous drop pod. But I do like the previous drop pod. You can still get the previous drop pods, by the way, the ones that are... it's Horus Heresy. That goes on quite nicely. Just need to get these bits on now. Oh wait, is that it? Oh, okay, so there's no extra bits here. It's still quite a big model though, like, it's not only very tall, it's... still comes out quite wide. Not as wide. Let me get my old drop pod. Give me a few moments. So here's the old drop pod, which is the Horus Heresy one. See, it's got Templar symbols, Aquilus. Similar sort of height. This one actually has the retro jets on the bottom compared to this one when it comes out fully wide. Oh yeah, see, it's got the rocket launcher inside, it's got the cool little things. But you can see that's its footprint. And this is this one's footprint. There you go. That goes from here all the way to here. That placed in the same way. Goes from there. All the way off screen. Oh, this one. Yeah, it does not want to close fully. I have personal experience that rat tastes like tougher and leaner chicken. Oh. Yeah, so the drop pod is pretty cool. It's cool that you can now get 2 in a single box. Okay, now do we add the extra bits of rock around the base? Or do we just leave it like this? Okay, little Aquilus. Little Aquilus. Yeah. Oh gosh. What? What are you looking forward to most from 11th edition? I'm guessing the detachment. Ooh, I dropped something. I dropped something. Aquila. Aquila. I think when it comes to the new models coming out this weekend, I'm just going to get the Defiler. Yeah. The quest for the issue is this meant to have like 12 people in it? How do 12 people fit in this? I think it acts differently now. So what you do is your person, they go in here and they stand up against this where it like rips onto the power armor, it looks like. And maybe this bit here comes down over them. Well, that's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 10. There's only 10 spaces if you do that. That means there must just be like one person. And there's not really enough room for a space marine to stand here, a space marine to stand here, and a space marine to stand here. Like, is one person just grabbing onto the outside?
You fit together in a way that the Space Marines are playing 7 minutes in heaven thing.
What, 7 minutes in heaven? Oh, I think I remember hearing about that. I've been watching Adventure Time. And Rainbow, in one of the first episodes, Rainbow Unicorn and Jake get thrown into a cupboard. And I think they said 7 minutes in heaven for that. Space Marine Centipede. Space Marine Centipede. Wait, Space Marine Centipede? Why Space Marine Centipede? So they each stand up against one of them. Okay. Nav love limbs or Space Marine Millipede. Gotta get chaotic with that. You know what could be cool if they wanted to reduce the size for drop pod really? Is they could introduce the idea that when you drop pod out of a drop pod, the windows, not for windows, the doors go flying off it. Like, have you seen some of those drop pods in some sci-fi things? Where it drops down and then like it depressurizes and the door on the outside just pops off and goes flying away. Like 100 meters away, something stupid. And then the person walks out. They could do that. That way you don't have to have the ramps here. Instead it could just be small ramps that go to here. And you could introduce a thing of it drops down and every single unit, friend or foe, within like 12 inches of it, roll a d6. On a 3+, it takes d6 mortal wounds. Or it takes like 2d6, strength 7, AP -1 hits, damage 1. Which I think would be fun. Yeah, the points on this cross are absolutely messed up. That's not fun. By the way, what are the Rangers? Theodori. Yeah, Theodori Rangers. I've got some of them. I thought to build the drop pods because the other day someone was asking about drop pods. And they're like, oh yeah, I love drop pods. I'm like, oh yeah, I'll build them. I wasn't sure people would want to see me build drop pods or not. But that being said, I do want to compare them to the old drop pods. Pretty cool thing. Okay, do I want to add the extra rocks to them? I'm not sure I do, to be honest. Yeah, I don't think I want to. You don't have to if you don't want to. I remember them saying that. At least these drop pods, I can believe 10 Space Marines can go inside them. Okay, second drop pod, pretty much identical to the first one. Trying to trim the sprue off because all the plastic that it connects to is slanted. it can be, oops, a bit annoying. I like that to come with more of the chapter symbols as well. That would be fun. Just that way I'd replace some of the chapter symbols with Aquillas, and then I'd have chapter symbols to put on other vehicles. Even more variety of chapter symbols would be nice. Yeah. There's only, actually it doesn't come with a white scar symbol, I just realised. Like, it doesn't even come with all of the founding chapters. Salamanders aren't there, white scars aren't there. Instead it comes with Raven Guard, Imperial Fist, Ultramarines, Space Wolves. So of the 9 founding chapters, it's got 1, 2, 3, 4, Blood Angels 5, Dark Angels 6. It's got 6 of the founding chapter symbols on it. It doesn't have the Iron Hands, that's 7. Doesn't have Salamanders, 8. Doesn't have White Scars, 9. Doesn't have a Raptor symbol on it, which is a popular faction. Does have a Black Templar symbol on it. Technically, the Imperial Fist symbol can also be used by the Crimson Fists. And Blood Angel symbol is used by a bunch of their successor chapters. Same for the Ultramarine symbol, actually. Although Ultramarine successors very rarely use the Ultramarine symbol. Not that it isn't used by the successors, it's just, it's rare. It would just be nice to also just have more of each chapter symbol. Because, like, I would like to use some of the Black Templar ones in on my other vehicles. Oh look, Aquillas! I noticed that originally. Okay, then. Yeah, it's pretty much identical building to the last one. With the previous one. Got 2 identical drop pods. As far as I can tell. There we go. There we go. The way these are at the end make me feel like there's meant to be a tip attached to them. But no, they it's just like that because that's in theory how they attach back to the top with this thing. Like it goes and it slots in up here. Gosh, I keep whacking the camera. Drop pods are absolutely massive though. Like they're almost night sized. Oh, looking at battery reports and stuff. I've been watching battery reports from you know, 9th and I think 8th edition as well. Knights used to be a lot weaker than they are. Like, I'm looking at them, like, firing these relatively weak weapons that would do nothing to knights now. And they're like, what's its toughness? Oh, yeah, so I'm wounding you on 2s. I'm like, you're wounding a knight on 2s? What sort of ridiculous weapon are you firing, wounding an entire knight on a 2+? It's like, oh, maybe it's like different toughness rules. It's like, no, I'm doubly toughness. It's like, what? Strength 16 is double toughness of a knight. And this isn't like an armature, it's like a full scale knight. That means in older editions, knights were a lot weaker than they are now. Although I do think it was 8th where they didn't actually go beyond toughness 10 for almost anything. But they still had weapons be ridiculous strengths. Knights must have kind of sucked back then. Oh. Limbs. So I'm leaning back. So I'm flying. Yeah, if they had capped toughness in 8th. My goodness. Now knights are arguably a bit too strong. Only arguably. If you're afraid of enemy knights, just bring your own knight. Some editions, some faction players just get shafted, yeah. I don't think knights are super powerful right now. I think people complain about knights because most people just don't know how to deal with them. Rather than them just being OP. Although that being said, the new knight does seem a bit over. Have you seen how quickly it can move apparently in some detachments? You can get it moving 32 inches in a single turn. And it's like, oh, so that can just outrun pretty much anything that's not an aircraft. But again, I'm the kind of person that just loves to take loads and loads and loads of anti-tank stuff anyway. So obviously knights aren't going to be a huge problem. The meta is Marine equivalents and Terminator equivalents. Nice is very much a damage check army, yeah. Wait, is it Marine and Terminator equivalents? Because Terminators suck right now. Like, they're better than what they used to be, but they're still not amazing for how many points they cost. Graphics are really good. I mean, graphics are in a way Marine Terminator equivalents already. Although if they got a higher toughness, they've got just as many wounds. We don't have the invulnerable save usually. Hello, Talan. We've built one drop pod already. We're building our second one from the box. A single box comes with 2 drop pods, and we've compared it to our old drop pod. The Terminators being bad in the edition where they are the poster child is hilarious. They're not terrible. It's just compare them to pretty much anything else you can have in a Marine army. They're not that great. Assault Terminators are better because they're cheaper. And they got high... It's got to specialise into melee. They're not trying to do multiple things, which means, you know, they're cheaper for it. Which makes them better. It's like, why in a Black Templar army would you take Terminator armor so you could just take Crusader squad? Or Sword Brethren squad? In normal Space Marine armies, you've got Graphis, Eradicators, Aggressors, and Blade Guard. Drop pods. We already built some drop pods a couple of months ago. Not a couple of months ago. We've not built drop pods in ages. We've built drop pods like one drop pod a year ago. When someone like a month or so ago was asking about drop pods, I'm like, yeah, we can build some drop pods. I got a couple of them. I've just been trying to find the time where we can build them. It wasn't a couple of months ago. It's like a year ago. It's been sat. The drop pod I just showed was You have a really weird memory, Talan. I know you complain about my memory. But, like, you were like, oh, we already read about the Eldari. It's like, no, we haven't read about the Eldari yet. The previous streams we have been reading the book had no Eldari in them. It's like, we built some drop pods not long ago. It's like, you mean like 2 years ago? Yeah. Tom thinks in first rat generations for his timeline. I'm not pretty people, sadly I am hideous. You are pretty people. I could turn lost the perception of time after living so long. I have such a good memory. I remember things so clearly. I think they happened last week. Tala remembers things happening that never happened. As with the Eldari, what I cannot remember, what I have not watched. Yeah, why? You said you weren't interested in Eldari lore. Is that why you just didn't watch any of the previous streams then? Because you thought it was going to be Eldari lore? Even if I specifically said it was Chaos Space Marine lore. Terrible. We love Eldari lore here. Eldaris are the best. Better than the rest. You know, just to punish Talan, I think we should talk about the Eldari lore now. And how the Eldar worked with Gulliman. Eldrad Ulthran. Oh, Well, you did build drop pods. I remember you having trouble closing drop pods once, and then you went on a rant about female Marines. I didn't have a rant about female Marines. Also, the drop pod doors close perfectly. Actually, they don't. Okay, I would talk about seatbelts for an hour. Because, you know, seatbelts. Space means that they do love seatbelts. Why wouldn't you have a seatbelt? Also, these drop pods, you can't close the doors on them. It's very sad. It doesn't even have a bottom. Look at that. Look at that. Compared to, oh, actual retro thrusters. Space means don't use seatbelts. It gets in the way of a 7 minutes of heaven thing they do for drop pods. I still have no idea what that's meant to be. There we go. Don't get us started again. No, they do use seatbelts. Look, they do have. It's when you put two people in a closet and they kiss. Ew. I knew it was putting like two people in a closet because that happened in Adventure Time. No one said any kissing. But look at this. See, look. They got seatbelts. These things go down over them like in a roller coaster ride. So it's like, it basically is seatbelts, and this clamps onto you. So you stand up against this clamps onto you, these come down, go over your shoulders, keep you pinned in place. Well, would you rather they do it out in the open? No. People are gross. People shouldn't be kissing. Ew. That's how you get goodies. Or whatever they call it out now. Why do we call it 7 minutes? Space Means can't do that in the open because it isn't Codex compliant. Gulliman wrote it because he's very jealous. Nah. Lies. Gulliman's not a Slanesh worshipper. There we go. Flipping out to another one of these panels. On it. There you go, cut that there. Now trim all of these sides up. Didn't Sanguinius die? Hard to kiss someone in a coffin. Yeah, Goodman couldn't kiss a homie, especially Sanguinius, because everyone wanted a taste. Lies! Goodman would never kiss anybody. Goodman just loves Excel too much. Wolves are absolutely sloshed by Templars on the other hand. Does it in the open because they don't adhere to Codex? What? Black Templars aren't kissing people. That's heresy, that is. You're spouting heretical nonsense. How else do they make? They extract gene seed using a special tool that stabs into someone's chest and removes an organ. Or stabs into the throat and removes an organ. The throat is safer. The chest one will kill them. And they use that organ then produces a bunch of seeds that are then used to grow for other organs, are then put into other space marines. Well, people who become space marines, potentially. Gulliman, for only one of a functional family, still ends up weird addicted to Excel. Emperor really just couldn't do anything right. No wonder Carl thinks he can do better. Look, it's not weird to love Excel. Perfectly normal. If Bile and Core get together, they could make Primaris Custodes. Probably. Honestly, if Core could just get hold of a Custode, he could probably make Custodes himself. Hi, Mercury! It might take him a while, but he could probably do it. For we know, he might have done it. Yeah, that's fine. Hello, Mercury. You just listen to Wild World. Kerncraft Rhythm Dance No Limit. Nice. I'm assuming a cogfart will cost like 105 quid. About night price. Because of how big it is. I don't know how much design work had probably went into it. How much is a night? How much is a combat patrol in euro money? I imagine it will cost about that much. Maybe a little bit more. I'd rather have $2 to be honest. But no quotations around that functional family. He had a brilliant parents by anyone's standards. I know. No wonder he loves Excel.
Absolute biblical greed.
Absolute biblical greed. Why? Why do we keep getting notifications? Emails. No, no, no. No. Actually, let me check one of them. That one of them might have been important. Oh, never mind. Not important. There we go. A combat book control. It costs 105 euros. No, it costs 105 pounds. That means it's going to cost more euros. Gimme, 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 gimme all of your money. I want it all. Yes, I do. Gimme, 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 gimme all of your money. Gonna take it all from you. I'm gonna steal your money. Gonna take your money. There you go. We didn't pay off this time. Like 135 euros where I live. Then that's probably how much a cogfart will cost. I imagine. Because let's go to a website. Let's go to our favourite place in the world. New stuff. New stuff is here. Anything, no. Okay, so if we go up to here, we'll look at 40k. Combat patrols. £105 usually. Age of Sigmar, if we look at one of the largest models, it's the Vampire Lord. One of the largest relatively new models. And oh wait, he's 118 now. My goodness, they upped the price. He used to be 105. How big is Nagash? £91. He's a much older model. The centerpiece models cost as much as 170 USD. Yeah, Marnia's Cogfart and Defiler. Yeet. You know. Mega Gargants over £135 now. My goodness, they've gone up in price. Yeah, he used to be like £105 like last year. These used to be like £80. My goodness. So big models have really gone up in price recently. Yeah, imagine he might be £135 then, which in euros is, let's look. Deutschland. Hey, wait. Why is it not working? There we go. €172. Can we make a smaller version of a cogbot? Okay, if they do make a smaller version of a cogbot, I can show you the smaller version of a cogbot. Here you go. Here's the smaller version of a cogbot. I either want to go even smaller. If you want to go even smaller, if they actually sell them, I don't know if they brought them back yet. Oh, they don't. But they don't have a battle wagons here. Never mind. I think they brought them back for like made to order. And it's basically a little fort. Oh, what do you mean it's got no cogs? Let's look. Does it have any cogs on it? It does have cogs. Back here, look. There we go. That's value. Sophie. COS Gargants don't worship feet, I guess. Cities of Sigma, I guess. No. No, there's like cogs back here. Like, is there a little cog here? I mean, that's a valve, yes. And that is too. Otherwise, if it's like around the wheels and stuff. Look under the wheel. Maybe. Maybe not. There's probably cogs inside it. You never know. Oh no, that's the Empire symbol. Never mind. The steam tank is way stronger than a Chimera. In terms of like... Chimera in 40k is pathetic compared to how powerful a steam tank is in Fantasy and Old World. Indicia we can afford probably has cogs inside it, we don't know. Yeah, see. You could always try getting a 3D printed one, I guess. But that might not be any cheaper. Unless you can 3D print it yourself. We can't take it apart to find out because we can't put it back together again. GW has militia position near my local 3D printers. If you try to touch it, they light you up on the spot. Nice. Good old GW. Looking out for the little one. She has upgraded from...
She has upgraded from Cupcat to Cuprat. Cog spindles gears inside? Maybe perhaps. Warpstone dust, most likely yes.
No, there's no warpstone dust. Cola? Yes. Cola. There's lots of cola inside my steam. How do you think they produce the steam? Cola. They just brew up some cola, and you know, from brewing up the cola, you create lots of steam, and they use that to power the steam tank. Yeah, if you want to get a cog fort, I highly recommend you start saving up now. I'm not gonna get one. It might be cheaper, you never know. Sometimes Age of Sigmar stuff is cheaper. And they might just make it cheaper to try and, you know, incentivize more people to buy one. The blood sugar should be yes, but apparently it's very low. It's true. My blood sugar is very low. Blood sugar so high it's considered molasses. I wish. My goodness. Need to do more exercise though. I'd been getting into exercise not too long ago. There we go. There we go. Yeah. And that's how you build a drop pod, but we've got to get the symbols on. The other model that can be used by more than one faction, Krangos, the End of Empires, was 150 euros. Oof. And that is a much older model. Newer models tend to be more expensive. Hi Douglas, how you doing? I am having a wonderful-ish day. I hope yours is too. Checks out, so you need a large enough of sugar to make a cupcake. Yeah. I don't make it from like myself. I don't make cupcakes from myself. I just conjure them into existence. It requires no energy on my part. It's free. It's free. You know, they say you can't create or destroy matter. I'm like, I can, because cupcakes matter. The Mega Gargants are €175 apparently. Or whatever they are.
She does create cupcakes from herself. She scratches her head and new cupcakes are born. Head and shoulders is a myth.
No! I don't have dandruff. I'm blonde. Blonde people don't get dandruff. I think. I don't know. No, but not dandruff. No, why are you being so gross? Even if you don't bake cupcakes, there's still cupcakes. They compose of 60-70%. No, I don't. Look, they do have lots of sugar in them, but it's not for me. My blood sugar is low whether I conjure cupcakes or not. Like, don't forget, I can conjure myself into existence. If I don't exist, I can just make myself exist. That's how it works. If they just appear from nowhere. There's no energy involved. There's no material components needed. Don't explode the cupcakes, Talan. So mean. Trying to caramelize cupcakes. There we go, Templar symbol. Eagle symbols. Oh, why did it come off? Why? You guys are such meanie pants. The cupcakes aren't made in the little cupcake room. The cupcakes are not dandruff. The cupcakes are just... they're conjured into existence. Via cupcake magic. We're not Nurgle over here. But there we go. 2 new drop pods next to the old drop pod. They're very big models. No idea where I'm going to store them for now. I guess though there's no harm sticking magnets to the bottom. Okay, I gotta drink some more cola. Let's flatten the box, let's flatten the box, let's flatten the box, it's true. Yeah, yeah. Flatten the box, let's flatten the box, let's flatten the box. Yeah, 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 yeah. Flatten time, yeah. Okay, let's put this to one side. We got some boxes here. What time is it? It's 1. Oh, does that mean Does that mean they've done any new announcements? No. I guess we're gonna have to wait to 2 for any more announcements. Okay, I've got some Eldar Rangers here. 3 of these will be converted into Rangers. 3 of them will be retaining their lives as Rangers. Because I've already got 2 Corsairs as snipers who I kind of don't want to have snipers. You know. So let's look here. Ooh, big Eldari transfer sheet. And then 5 bases, as you can imagine. Instructions. And then their bodies. Oh. Yeah. But I'm going to just be, I'm going to have, let's have a little break. Let's have a little break. Everybody get up and do a little dance. Do a little dance. Do a little dance. Give us a little clap. How does people make custom transfer sheets, or do we just freehand stuff? Some people freehand stuff. If you want to do a custom transfer sheet, have a break. What you got to do? Have a Kit Kat. You can't prove nothing. Sounds suspicious to me. You can't prove anything. You can't prove anything. But how do you make custom transfer sheets? Well, so you can buy them online, like go to places like Etsy. But I think generally you need a special type of printed paper. And you need like a special printer that can print on of them. I'm not sure if it needs to be a special printer, or if you can just use any printer. But I do know that basically for transfer sheet paper that they use, this type of stuff, it's got a plasticky thin layer, which is your transfer, and then it's just paper. It's just literally cardboard of a back. So you can get this kind of stuff just by itself, and you can print custom transfers onto it as a result. But no idea if you need a special printer with that or not. Best to Google it. I did make my own custom transfers once. Literally just using paper. And you just cut it out. Although you have to be very, very careful cutting it out. Like, because you're not using something that's transparent. You have to just fully cut it out. Cut it as close as possible. And then just glue it on with PVA glue. It's not very good looking, to be honest. But I was a little kid, so you can't improve anything either. I can. But anyway, yeah, we'll go and have a little exercise break because I need to stretch my leggy legs. Need to stretch my leggy legs, and I got some stuff I need to do. So we'll exercise screen. We'll use the exercise screen. Smash! Yeah, look at this. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Timer for 10 minutes. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Yay. Is it gonna work? timer. Oh! I don't know if a timer works here. Okay, I'm gonna have to just... Yeah, it's fine. Commands, timers, edit timer command. There we go. Now, chat. Is this gonna work? Oh gosh, no! Okay, I did that wrong. I can fix this. Okay, save, chat, there we go. Timer 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Okay, come on, and will it work? Okay. It works! Yeah! bow, 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 bow. Whack! Hi. Hello. I've got my old snipers here. Sniper that has weird mohawk hair. And Sniper that stood up and has a cool cloak and a cool hood. Yeah. Most seen you in 10 minutes ever. I left work when you started. Now I'm home. A 15. Look, that wasn't a 15. That was just over 10 minutes. It's only a few seconds. Oh, if you don't include my entire, you know, trying to get the 10-minute timer to work. You know. You don't include that. It was only 10 minutes. So what I want to do is I want to create 2 Corsairs. But one of the Corsairs needs a blast gun. Because I want 2 blast guns, but I don't have 2 blast guns. There's no blast guns of this. So I'm going to have to go through my... It's disorganized Xenos and some Chaosy and Gene Stealer Coats. Bits box. In search for something that can be used like a blast gun. I like using the fusion guns because they basically got the same strength. Very similar weapons. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Oh no, that's a flamethrower, isn't it? That's a flamethrower. Is that an Audari flamethrower?
Unfortunately for you, me and the rest of reality do include you unable to get the timer running.
Yeah. Wait, what do you mean? Okay, Warhammer 40k, Xenos armies, Audari. I have to like figure out which ones. What does an Audari flamethrower look like? Wait, is that a blast gun? No, it's a blast gun. That's a fusion gun. Oh, it's perfect. I thought I was gonna have to spend ages looking for this. No, we got a fusion gun. Fusion gun. It's very similar to a blast gun. Right, time to get lunch. BRB. Oh. God, you could have got lunch when I was doing the timer. Oh my goodness. Oh gosh, there we go. There you go. One of these is also gonna have to have a power sword. Oh, he's got a little pistol. That's cool. Now, I couldn't include the timer in my, you know, trying to get the timer to work in the timer because, you know, I have stuff to do. I'm a busy person. Oh, look, it's a little Eldar booty. It's a little Eldar booty. Did you know that Eldar are described as highly androgynous? The men don't look like women. The women don't look like women. They don't look like men. They're just described in the stories as highly androgynous. A bit like someone wanted to make a caricature of what makes a human beautiful. But absolutely failed. Exaggerate everything that makes humans beautiful, but instead make something ugly. Now that is described by a person who, you know, hates Xenos. But still. So I find it funny how in so much art, even some of the official art, they're not really that alien looking. Although that being said, most of the art for them does have them looking kind of, you know, alien and weird. And I think sometimes people complain about it. It's like, no, that's what they're meant to be. They're meant to look alien and weird. They're meant to make you think, ugh, that's creepy. That's something they need to do more with Space Marines in art. You always get this idea of transhuman dread, but you don't really get that from the art, do you? You don't really look at them and think, huh, that guy's scary. Are these the same base size? Just let's check. Yep. Okay, what do I want? I have some sprues I want to grab hold of. Give me a moment. You. Not you. Not you. Yes, you. Not you. And not you. Could do, but no. Yeah. There we go. Got some sprues, which have spare Corsair bits on. To help try and make these guys look more Corsair as well. So, ooh, fusion pistol. Actually, that would be pretty cool. Where did I put that blast gun? Oh no, where did I put the blast gun? I spent... there it is. Phew. I was like... We had it. Yeah, half of blast gun there, and then... Fusion pistol. There. I don't get how come the Corsairs can have 2 blast guns, but only comes with one of them. Yeah, we'll give him a blast pistol with his blast gun, or fusion pistol with his fusion gun. He won't be able to actually use it in game, but I think it will look cool. And I would be right. Oh yeah. Now Eldar are a bit sucky with just how thin the limbs are. Now, this is actually one of the good things about having these big old shoulder pads on them, because you glue them in onto the limb, but then the shoulder pad is giving you another bit of an area of a model to glue onto. So the arms just have a bit of a sturdier connection. And then let's not give him an Eldari Ranger head. Let's instead look for a different head to give. Oh, that's cool. Something that says, I'm a Corsair Raider. Ooh, we got some helmets. Yeah, this is for the squad that we made ages ago, because after making it, I'm like, actually, I do want another blast gun, and I don't care for the sniper. There we go, and this is the sniper from back then for our ranger squad. Oh, nice. Look at how cool this dude is. No! Stick to your base. Okay, what's next on the agenda? You're gonna go, bye-bye, Mercury. Enjoy it, I can dream about you. The final count. It's a final countdown. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. Do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. And as well as Wild Child and I Wanna Rock. Those are some big popular songs. Well, one's popular. My favourite version of the final countdown is the final countdown on Kasukalele. It's a final countdown. Do 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 do. Da 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 da. Da da da. Na 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 da da da. It's final countdown. I'm gonna get rid of this bit. There you go. Snip. Slice. Oh yeah, thanks for popping in. Hope you had a fun time while you were here. Bow bow ba da 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 ba da 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 da. Spoonful of sugar makes a medicine go down. I've not listened or watched Mary Poppins for years and years and years, and that song just popped into my head. I guess it does have some very catchy songs in, doesn't it? It's like supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. I don't know the rest of the song. I just know that word. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Saying it twice is really quite atrocious. Something like that. I don't know. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. The line of affair is absolutely ferocious. There's a tiger. There's a lion. There's a lion man. Mr. Lion Man. Oh, look at this. Okay, we want to give this guy a power sword and a pistol. Power sword, power sword. We'll find you a cool power sword. 'Cause you ain't no fool, 'cause you ain't no school. Your little doo-doo's nice to me. Da, 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 da. I'm sick again. Give me cold medicine cupcake. Have some cola. Drink some cola, Sosimus. That should help you. Do you need a Kit Kat? I got plenty of Kit Kats. Oh yeah, just go here. Oh. Do you need this piece on your back? Well, I hope you get better soon, Zosimus, anyway. We've built 2 drop pods already. We're on to the Rangers. Although, really, they're not just Rangers. Because we've got a Corsair army. I've built already 2 snipers from the Corsair kit, which I'm going to use as Rangers. So I'm going to convert 2 Rangers into Corsairs. That's the plan anyway. I just realised this guy needed this thing on his back. Or her back. Oh no, the head's falling off. That's not good at all. Oh no, this came off. Running out of this glue at the moment. It started to turn into sprue goo glue. Okay, we'll leave that for now. And for you, we got a sword. But we need a pistol as well. And you know what? We might just give you a ranger head. Oh. I'll see if there's like any cool unhelmeted heads in here that I like. Nah. But what are you doing being sick again, Sosimus? Don't you know being sick's bad for you? That's like the first lesson. When you come to Earth, they're like, hey, just to warn you, being sick's very bad for your health. So if you can avoid it, don't be sick. Don't be sick, they said. I didn't listen and just decided to get a chronic illness. Pfft. I'm like, you can't tell me what to do, and chronic illness it up because, you know. But look at this, we're making Long John Silver for pilot. For pirate. What would an Eldar name be for Long John Silver? It's very kind of boring pose, but it's fine. Relatively uninspired. But it needs not to be inspired. Tasty cola. Okay. So we got 3 more bodies to make. Some cool hood heads. Some cool hooded heads. I have no idea what this thing is. Like, they don't have any rules of that thing. Do they? And there's 2 of them. What are they? I'm gonna have to look this up. Do they have anything on the website saying what that is? There's no rules in the instruction book for it. What is the floaty thing? Is it like an anti-tank grenade? Warhammer 40k, Xenos armies, Eldari. Go down to the Rangers. To the Rangers. To the wall. Oh my gosh, I still got the dice for sale. Binoculars and aiming shuriken pistols. Oh, a gloom field or wire net weave. Or wire weave net, sorry. New recruit. I don't think there's any rules of that currently. Let's look at this. Eldari. Rangers. No, they got stealth. They got infiltrators. They got 5+ invulnerable say. So what's this? Gloomfield. I guess Gloomfield could be like the entire stealth thing. Okay, let's look. We got stratagems here. Yeah, that's not exactly like deploying a gloom field or anything like that. Gloom field. We've net. 10th edition. Yeah, apparently it's just old things. I don't want Bloomfield, I want Gloomfield. Gloomfield and Wireweave next. Gloomfield. So a Wireweave net is a monofilament weapon device used by Eldari Rangers to ensnare foes. Do they have grenades at the very least? Because that could represent grenades. No, we don't even have a grenade keyword. What? These rules! Why? You could have given us Gloomfields. I like a Gloomfield Fate Dealers. Gloomfield. Gloomfield. What is a Gloomfield? Gloomfield are outdoor devices. These generators allow rangers to hide in plain sight of their foes. Okay, so I guess a Gloomfield could represent the fact that they have stealth. Or the fact that they have stealth could represent the Gloomfield. Well, for the Wireweave net, they could at least have a grenades keyword. I mean, the models seem to have grenades on them. Don't they? Yeah, they look like they got grenades. Wait, which one's which? Like there's two, but they look very, very similar to one another. Oh no. Oh no, I'm gonna have to look up Gloomfield again. Okay, there's no pictures of a Gloomfield in here. Okay. Hi, Clyde. How you doing? So, this one's a Gloomfield, apparently. I think. Does it actually tell me in the instruction book? It doesn't tell me which one's which. No, you're cheeseburger. Oh, I want cheeseburger. Give cheeseburger. I'll give you 100 kilos of Kit Kat. I'm trying to figure out which one's a Gloomfield and which. I know it doesn't matter in 10th. We're going into 11th. Maybe it will matter in the future. Gloomfield versus WeaveNet. Don't know which one's which. I'm trying to figure it out. I return Haru. Oh, nice! Trillion shall perish. She won that ally match. I know I struggled really hard getting her to win that. Gloomfield v WeaveNet. Which is which? No, I don't want Bloomfield. I already threw away the box. Okay, here we go. Reddit. Um. Okay, it's a bigger one. I thought it would be the bigger one. It's the one with a giant orb on top. That's a Gloomfield. 100 kilos of Kit Kat, your terms are acceptable. Can I dono for a cheeseburger? Yes, although you might not get the Kit Kats, but they'll come to you enforced. Oh gosh. Could you imagine if like police came knocking at my door like saying, we heard you admit to stealing 100 tons of 12 tons of Kit Kat. I'm like, no, it was a joke. It was a joke. I don't have 12 tons of Kit Kats. I wish I did though. I wish I did. 100 kilograms of Japanese Kit Kats, please and thank yous. I don't have the Japanese version. I'm sorry. I wish I had.
How do you move closer?
How do I move closer? By leaning in closer. Actually, I don't lean in much of this model. Instead, this one jumps. This one jumps. Yeah. No. Japanese Kit Kats are illegal in Europe. No, they're just hard to get hold of. It's like old Mr. Sim sometimes sells Japanese Kit Kats over here. No, someone stole 12 tons of Kit Kats in Europe, and Talan keeps saying it's me. So I've turned it into a bit of a joke. Turned it into a bit of a joke. There we go. Gloomfield, Doomfield, no. Ow. How? Because that's just how it's rigged. 40. And 38. Okay, trying to actually clip the sprue off these shoulders though is annoying. And difficult. It's so easy to accidentally cut the shoulder instead. Rat knows all. He lives in the wall. He knows where you hide them. No, you can't take my Kit Kats. I mean, I don't have any Kit Kats. I had no Kit Kats. You can't prove it. Yeah, Japanese Kit Kats are hard to get hold of. I did manage to get some like orange flavoured ones, some old Mr. Sims ones. Then when I went to get some more, and like other Japanese and Chinese foods that they had at the time, but it was Chinese, Korean, Japanese. But they hadn't had that stuff anymore, and instead they had Canadian and American foods, sweets. I was like, oh, okay, I'll have some of these then. And then I found out they've actually got high fructose corn syrup in them and it made me super, super ill. Even though I only ate a handful of them. And it was for a stream. We did like a sweet eating stream and it made me so ill. I was like, I'm never doing this again. That's a very sassy pose. Look how sassy this person is. And they're wearing high heels. You're going high heel, sassying. Why did you say cut? No, don't turn me into a cat. The sassiest ranger ever. Also, that outcast rule with rangers is, stratagem, absolutely insane. Like, hey, I'm just going to rapid fire with... I'm going to turn my precision hits on 2+ guns into ignores cover AP -2. You have a 7/4 AP -1 damage to precision weapons. Yeah. 2 shots, ignores cover, AP -2 now. No. Hi, Bug. How you doing? Hope you're doing super, super well. Super, super well. Well, from everything you've said, but you're probably not. But you know. No. Sweet potato Kit Kat. Ugh. I don't like sweet potato though. Sweet potato's evil. Sweet potato's evil. Sweet potato's bad. Sweet potato wants to stab your dad. Sweet potato's evil. Sweet potato's bad. Sweet potato just wants to stab your father. Potatoes evil, sweet potatoes bad. Sweet potato just wants to stab your dad. I did a thing. I woke up and my body hates how I laid. You got a killer migraine. Oh, I get that all the time. There you go. Well, usually it has very little to do with how I lay. How is everyone else doing? I'm doing better than Scooby-Doo. I've solved like 6 Scooby-Doo cases so far in the first 5 minutes. It's always the first person they speak to. Oh my gosh, I've not watched Scooby-Doo in forever. I kind of want to now. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? Got some work to do now. Scooby-Dooby-Doo, where are you? Going to kill some people now. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. We're gonna stab everyone. No one is any fun. Just scream when we're done. Do 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 do. No 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 no. Sassy pose. Last time I watched Scooby-Doo, I was 17. And I was just in passing. That was 10 years ago. Oh. The last time I watched Scooby-Doo was... No idea, actually. I've seen bits and pieces of Scooby-Doo relatively recently. Dooby-dooby-doo, where are you? Got someone to do. Dooby-dooby-doo, doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Wait, Mike, this doesn't have a scope on it. Does this person not need a scope? They might not need a scope. They might just be that good. Yeah. How many drops did you get? I've got for 2 drop pods. I got for 1 box. The box comes with 2 drop pods in it. Mark 1 Eyeball Elf Edition. Yeah. I mean, these elves have scopes on them. Well, I think that's scopes. Unless it's just something they're stabbing their eye for fun. You never know with Eldar. Oh, I think she's really meant to be holding it like that, you know? Holding the scope by itself. Well, screw that. Oh, I do not like how it looks when, you know, they've got the jacket done up at the front. Looks so boring. Oh, look, there's the elven Eldar goddess of the hunt. She's got an arrow and everything. Oh, it doesn't include a little base father. Oh, that's sad. Yeah, but they don't even get their statue power anymore. That's sad. How dairy guns are long. They are. These are sniper guns. That being said, if you compare it to just a standard shuriken rifle from one of these guys, honestly, it's about the same length. The sniper's barely longer than just a shuriken rifle. Which is longer than a shuriken catapult. That's basically like a carbine. Huh. Goddess. I think it's for God Kurnos. Might be. Oh, actually, yeah, I think it's male, actually. If we look there, it's, yeah. He's shitless. He's shitless. Well, we'll put it onto a tiny little base anyway, just in case the Rangers of the future get their tokens back. If you're wondering why some Eldari have the tokens like the... Oh, what they called? What do we call them? Aspect Warriors. It's because they used to have the ability to use them. And they've since lost that ability, a bit like how they used to have a gloom field. And now they don't have a gloom field. Oh, for the Emperor. Oh, that Emperor smashed the drop pod. I wish you could just drop pod onto an enemy. Like, that would be so cool if you could just tank shock a drop pod at enemies. It would be way too powerful, though. I think there used to be a way you could just deep strike vehicles on top of something and get the tank shock rule off. And it counts at like moving 20 inches or something. But those days are long since gone. Ooh, is that a scope? No, not a scope. Bad. I never know if they might bring them back. They might be like, well, we've got these things here. Might as well use them. Okay, so this would go like this. Yes, it goes like that. No. No. Plus, I like just modeling stuff onto the models. I think it's cool. Oh darn it, now it's got glue on it, doesn't want to actually slot in how it was. There we go. So we can imagine her scope is in that little thing there. Ooh, this goes at the bottom. Half the gloom field. That is called a war crime. Look, in 40k there's no such thing as war crimes. But for our rules, it's a Beyblade! Yeah, our Dari models are so delicate. It's a bit difficult sometimes trying to put them together. Do you think Eldrad is actually a good person? Like, I don't know much about... I know Eldrad is basically the reason Gulliman's still about. And he tried to warn, do you know, for Primarchs and stuff. About, do you know, for possible taint of chaos. He's just always a bit too late. His omens are always just a little bit off. And they're just enough off to always be an issue. Like, he knew the Primarchs would fall to chaos. He just didn't think it had started yet. Or, do you know, had happened. But when he was trying to warn them, he realised, oh yeah, it's a bit late now, isn't it? And in the Gate of Bones book, the Eldar came along and were like, hey, look! Here's a bunch of information that we don't think you know because our scrying said that we didn't know. You didn't know. And then the Imperium's like, yeah, we already knew this. We discovered it like a few weeks ago. And the Eldar were just like, what? Which can be read as the Eldar once again underestimating the Imperium. And humans. But at the same time can be read as the Eldar scribing being just a little bit off. But it wasn't quite so that they underestimated them, it was literally that they tried to define the future. Saw the future they thought was definite. And it was not. I feel like whenever they do, you know, for Eldar doing stuff, and they're doing all their scrying and stuff. I always imagine that the writers just think of, you know, the likes of Yoda and Mace Windu and the other Jedi Council in the prequels, trying to scry the misfortunes and the dark side, but the dark side is so close to them and, you know, just so everywhere that they're completely blind to it half the time, and by the time they finally realise stuff, it's just way too late. I mean, arrogance was kind of a big undoing of the Jedi in the end. Look at these guys. They just love posing, don't they? Like, that's a sassy model pose. Like, do you know, supermodel pose? Look at this pose over here. This guy's going, I'm a pirate. This one's like, ooh, look at me. Look at me. Being all sassy. Could you imagine if they actually made them shirtless? Like, they almost look like they are. Like, compare them to the Corsairs. The Corsairs don't be posing anywhere near as much. Instead, they seem to be very, like, no, I'm working. I've got stuff to do. This is an efficient pose to do what I need to do. And these guys are, like, posing for a photo and everything they do. Kind of funny. There's no wires coming off. No. No wires. Eldar. I love Eldar. They're so silly. Although my favourite Eldar is still just the Wraiths. You know, the Wraith Guard, the Wraith Lord, the Phantoms. Oh my gosh, I just love those models so much. I'm mildly worried about the wires on these models and feeling like I'm missing something on this one. Because for some reason, their sniper rifles need to wire into stuff. I'm not a big fan of when they make the wires go into backpacks. It just makes them harder to in general pose. Gosh, don't break. That's pretty cool. I like that. Cool on fool. Geneva speedrun, checklist speedrun. No, we're not Geneva-ing. We're not war criming. Look, dropping a drop pod from orbit on something is not a war crime. No one's ever done it before, so it can't be a war crime, okay? No. The only thing going on here is realizing that Rangers are not outcasts at all. Instead, they're just supermodels. Like, look at these guys. Look at these supermodel dudes. Like, look at these sassy supermodel poses that they love to do on the Ranger models. Like, she's out of line, but she's right. I don't even see how it's out of line. All it is correct. Like, it's not even like these are effective poses, what they're doing. Aren't all outdoors supermodels yet? But if they're doing the supermodel posing, it's like this one, the Corsair model, not in a supermodel pose. They're literally just like, I need to stand up and shoot that guy if this is an efficient stance for it. This one, actually knelt down, ready to shoot. Like, you know, you'd expect someone to do so. These guys, though, it's very dramatic. That's the wording for it. Dramatic posing. That's a hi, big guy. Am I being correct about the idea that you could drop pod on top of someone's models? I think it was a thing, but I'm very uncertain about it. They are technically models. I mean, they are models.
Ladies with an attitude, fellas that were in the mood. Don't just stand there, let's get to it. Strike a pose, there's nothing to it.
Yeah, I guess. Strike a pose. Also, the Eldari are kind of ugly. If you ever see art of, you know, like an Eldar without the helmet and like, ugh. That's meant to be what you get from the Eldar. Like, seeing an Eldar out of their helmet is like really uncanny valley sort of stuff. Kind of looks human, but isn't human. Not human at all. With really... over-exaggerated features that seem disgusting. Cupcon doesn't know the song Vogue, and it shows. It doesn't. It does show. I don't know songs. Look, Moonlight Sonata was the last song I was like there for. I was like, oh, this is a good song. This is a good new music. I'd say good. It was okay. I don't like hip hop, you know, modern stuff. For my good old classics. Nah, no, Moonlight Sonata's great. I'm jesting with you. Always being great. It's Mozart who sucked. There we go. Waltz. Yeah, I don't like this torso very much. It kind of sucks. We'll film the catwalk. So how did these rangers become outcasts? Well, let me tell you a story about how my life got all turned upside down. No. About some Eldar who just loved to strike a pose. Every time they did anything, they had to strike a pose. People died because of them, but they didn't care. They just wanted to strike a pose. So they cast out from Elder Society. And together, they now strike poses. Cupcom was one of Beethoven's groupies. No. Ew. Beethoven sucked. Made good music. Sucked as a person. As all musicians are, really. You know, there's not many good musicians out there. We're all kind of bad people. Always have been. Always will be. Oh, that's just how it is. I'm sorry. Say. Tick tock on the clock. Cupcake examining people IRL like, I don't like hot torso. It's gotta go. I mean, true. This is why I don't. This is why I'm like housebound. It's not that I can't go outside. It's a factor for like, stop changing people into cupcakes. We'll give you 12 tons of Kit Kats if you stop going outside. I'm like, bet. If ever didn't give me 12 tons of Kit Kats, so I had to get my own. Sound. I mean, I don't have 12 tons of Kit Kats. Okay, what wants to be in that other hand? Could be a pistol. Could be a pistol. Could be a... A scope? No, the gun has a scope on it. Eddie, what about arms in here? Okay, there's one cool arm. Nah, I like that arm, but I can't use that one. Unfortunately for a different arm. Power swords. Stubbies on the other hand. Do you like Fifality? Fifality? What's Fifality? Antonio Fifality. Oh, what did he do? He did I love violins. For 4 seasons. By Fifality. Giovanni Galileo. Lesetla. Maybe. Oh, he did that one. No, that one's overrated. He did for do 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 do. Yeah, I don't. That sounds kind of meh. But that was because it's overused. It's just everywhere. But yeah, the music's okay, I guess. Yeah. Do 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 do. Na, 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 na. Okay, we're looking for spare left arms. Left arms that are cool, not just a pistol. Like a blade, some sort. Oh, blast pistol. I could have given you a blast pistol instead. Neuro. Oh, there we go. I like that. I've got to give you a knife. Giving you a knife. Don't give him a knife, Cupcake. Nah, I'm giving him a knife. Cupcake trying to figure out what present fish should give to, like, you know, a small child. Giving him a knife. Giving him a knife. Knifeu! Knifeu, lifeu. We're going to get a knifeu to end your life. Do 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 do. We're going to do some cool stuff. Na, 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 na. Okay, any cool helmetless heads? You'd think that would be less helmet heads in a ranger kit. Like, cool heads without hoods. Instead, they kind of look a bit derpy. Like, I don't like that head. This head. Okay, let me just do this. That should help. Yeah, that's a derpy looking head. It's like if they decided to make a terrible looking version of Geordie from Star Trek. Like, what if we made Geordie just incredibly less cool? Oh, it looks cool from that angle. Infinitely less cool from that angle. Cool from this angle. Cool from the back. Geordie Lamog. Now, when it comes to classical music, I don't like doing over super jaunty themes. I prefer the more somber. Where it has like one tone and it just keeps that tone for the entire song. Or for the entire piece, rather. Okay, the arm is a bit... Oh no. We kind of almost go. There we go. Almost. This wire. Temu, Jardy, LaForge. Temu would make bank. They do 40k models. The issue is with doing models of 40k is that as much as people complain about Games Workshop being expensive, they're kind of cheap. Well, they're not kind of cheap. It's very hard to undercut Warhammer models, especially with the 20% off. Like, we complain for the fact, oh my gosh, a Battle Force is like £105. Yeah, but usually you're going to be buying it for like 80 quid. Because you can usually buy it for 20% off. Almost all places will do it for 15-20% off. And as a result, places like Temu will become not competing with those models. So what they'd have to do is they'd have to make, if they were to do plastic injection molding, and they wanted to undercut Games Workshop, first they'll have to make their own injection molds, which is expensive and difficult to do. You need an entire factory complex to do it. And you need to mass produce it to make it affordable. You'd then need to sell it at a relatively decent price to get your money back. Or produce a hell of a lot of them, but then your mold's going to break. Then you're going to need to make a new one, and that's expensive. You're also going to have to bring in a skilled designer to design the mold. You can't, I mean, you could always just like take off the sprues, make casts off the sprues, but then your models are going to absolutely be terrible recasts. Recasting is very difficult. So you're going to have to get a decent recaster in, get some sculptor to clean up the cast and make sure it's all good. If I'm going to have to make some very difficult to make molds. And it's going to be very expensive. They do like 3D printed 40k models, but again, you're going to have to like do a full scan of a model, create a 3D print it out, then sell it. And that adds up price very quickly. And then you're also going to have to ship it, transport it, store it, all of those things. And all of that gets in the way. So yeah, gotta clear out for possible spices, gotta mention the special square, yeah. No, they don't use mold. No, molds is in like, you know, casts. Copies of stuff that you fill with plastic injection. Well, yeah, so what they could do, they could easily sell it and stuff. Doing that. Called recasting. Now, Forge World models, you can actually recast pretty substantially and make a bunch of money on them because they're sold for a ridiculous price. But when it comes to like just basic plastic models, it's a lot harder to make a copy of a plastic model and then sell it for a reasonable price. So ultimately, you're getting to a point where to sell the model at a decent enough price, especially for the major audience. You remember, your major audience of 40k is in Russia, Britain, Europe, Australia, and America. Now, selling it to the Australians will probably be easier because, you know, you got relatively good networks there, although Australia is really cutting down on their trading with China. Getting it to Russia will be relatively easy, and honestly, that's honestly where most of the Russians now get their Warhammer from. That sort of thing. Trading like that, or 3D printing, because, you know, entire war. But when it comes to trying to get it to America and Britain and places like that, it's going to become substantially more expensive. And now you're competing with the generic retail store that sells Warhammer at 20% off. And sometimes we'll sell it for more off. Sometimes you see that they have product that they've been struggling to move. So they just discount it down to like 50% just to make room for other products. And you're having to compete with those prices, or where they do special bundle sales where it's even cheaper than normal. So you're now competing with that, and that becomes very difficult to compete with. If you look at like other model businesses, and you've also got to realize that you're probably not selling them to the same ridiculous level that, you know, Warhammer is sold to, that allows them to, you know, for the first month, like actually not for the first month, but where they can make product on the first day, profit on the first day of sales. And places like Temu, they make money by mass selling products. But they just mass produce it, sell it all, and on the one thing they produce, they sell it cheaply. This type of plastic, while it is just polystyrene, you don't think about it, but this is actually just polystyrene. Injection polystyrene like this is kind of, it's not that expensive. Like material pricing, not that bad. Once you got the machinery, it's fine. But getting the machinery to injection mold this type of polystyrene, especially like durable like this, and where it can glue together and won't just completely disintegrate. Instead, what you find is they use a special cheap plastics, and it's either extremely soft plastic or extremely hard plastic that they use for like Temu mass-produced stuff, and neither of them are really good for model kits like this. You do find sometimes the 3D print stuff, but often it's like, if you like, they sometimes sell D&D figures, and you might think, oh, this D&D figure is really high detail, really good, really cheap, except when you actually look at the real figure that's sold. The Temu one is about this big, the real one is about this big. That's often how they undercut you on models. Either the quality of the material is terrible, often will be terrible, but often the size is shrunk. So if they sold Warhammer like that, you'll often find that they're probably going to sell for models much smaller than they're meant to be. Unless a recast. Recasting, the ones that you find most often are, you know, for resin models, the resin recasts. It's very cheap to make recasts, especially if you decide you want to use some very cheap, very terrible quality resin. That's dangerous. But you can find those recasts anywhere. You can find them every so often on eBay. Yeah, oh my, so much competition. Jeff Bezos should buy all those companies so he could be friends. Yeah. Now, you do find places that can easily compete with Warhammer pricing. But the major one I've seen that competes with Warhammer pricing, I can't remember what it's called. It's not War Games Atlantic. It's another actual, I think, Northumberland company. UK. Frostgrieve, maybe they're called. They make a lot of them. Their miniatures are smaller. The plastic quality used to be kind of terrible, but now it's kind of better. And they used to have a lot of issue with Flash, but again, it is better now. Cultist 3, Frostgrave Cult, North Star military figures. There we go. Is it North Star military figures? It might be. Maybe? Osprey Games. Yeah, it's UK-based company. No, never mind. That's a different thing. It's Osprey. Osprey Games. Figuring stuff out. There we go. Yeah. Might be. Might be. Well, either way. You got things like where they sell Frostgrave cultists and stuff. And the pricing of them is very competitive with the likes of Warhammer pricing. Like, you get 20 miniatures for 22 quid. So that's like half the price of like almost half the price of like a squad of guardsmen with twice as many models. The models are much smaller, but you do get quite a bit with them. Like, can I show you them? Like, this is their cultist models. Where are they? If I click here. Ooh! New stuff, lot. Okay, anyway, we'll go over here. Hi, Nanovate, by the way. So much competition. So much competition. Yeah, so he is like cultist, some Frostgrave miniature. Well, Osprey miniatures, North Star Games. Don't know exactly whether they actually produce some miniatures. But you can see they've got the bases attached to the feet. They don't have like special leg options, but they have lots of options for like different heads, different arms and stuff. I only get like 20 of them. But you can see they're a lot smaller. Sprues are roughly the same size. Similar quality now to Games Workshop stuff. We compare that to like 40k, Armies of the Imperium, Astra Militarum. Where is... Actually, I'll just compare it to Chaos Cultists, actually, because that's basically what they are. What are those? They are Frostgrave Cultists. Straight to Guardsman, no. Here we go. Chaos Cultists. So they're like 32 quid. Which is about... You're looking at about 25 quid to buy these normally from like another shop. If we look at the sprue, it comes with one sprue with all the cultists on. And comparatively, Frostgrave Cultists, you get 4 sets of these things. When you get Fist Brew, you get Fist Brew, and then you get 2 more of them for 20 cultists, so 22 quid. And it's like 25 quid for the Games Workshop ones. They are bigger models. They come with proper basis, rather than these weird things that are just stuck to them. Warhammer models have a little bit more... They're a lot bigger than them. Like, these are about the same size as, like, a dwarf. Compared to, like, these guys. Well, yeah, for these guys, I don't know how their models are so cheap, because when you look at, like, War Games Atlantic, and, like, for War Games Atlantic prices, you know, they're cheaper than Warhammer, but not a hell of a lot cheaper, especially when you just look at, like, how few customization options there are compared to most Warhammer models. Actually, I guess the best equivalent to these guys would be something like... Where are they? Kingdoms of Bretonia Peasants. Where you get how many? 36 for 54. So about 36 or about 40 quid. So the pricing becomes relatively even when you actually look at it there. Where half the price... Yeah, because they've sold them for 40 quid from other shops. So half the price, half the models, you get 18 for about 20 quid. Compared to you get 20 for about 22 quid. Yeah. And both of them come with a lot of customization options. Actually, no, these guys don't have any customization options other than the command sprue over here. Ah, interesting. The men-at-arms have more customization options. So, it's interesting. It's interesting. But again, these guys are much bigger models than these guys. So you kind of get in a tiny bit more bang for your buck there. But where has Yavik been lately? For a while, everyone thought Commissar Yavik was dead. Now finding out exactly what happened to him before his shock return to Armageddon. Those who remember the last time orcs invaded Armageddon may recall that Gaskell Thacker sought to jumpstart a new phase of a war and set across the stars, determined to start their great war and find an even better scrap. Yarick followed in hot pursuit with a force of Black Templars. The Black Templars were forced to divert themselves to the Indomitus Crusade. The fleet harried the Beast of Armageddon as he moved from sector to sector, constructing a strange device that defied imperial auguries. Finally, they caught up to Gaskell's horde of the world of Icaria, only to find the planet itself cracking and buckling under the immense power of this insane artifice. A mountain of ramshackle machinery that split the skies with bolts of green lightning. The apocalyptic forces unleashed upon Icaria left Gaskell stranded atop a rocky mesa, surrounded by warring armies. Yarick made his play, forming up his flotilla of battered vessels, including a single Fenrisian strike cruiser, and plunging into the throat of the Orc fleet. He landed a veteran strike force right on the Beast's doorstep. The Beast! That was the guy who almost destroyed the Imperium. A barrage powerful enough to destroy armies thundered into Gaskell and threw up a plume of smoke. The Beast roared, wounded but defiant. A conjuration of Stormfrost from the Space Wolves dragged his hulking form down, only to shatter with a sound like a gunshot as Gaskell charged. Yarick rose to meet his nemesis, swinging his massive claw and catching Gaskell square in the chest with its razor-sharp challenge. Yet his foe had survived much worse, and the warlord grabbed Commissar the Commissar in his own vice-like grip, crushing bone like dried twigs as he lifted Yarick to face him. A titanic headbutt landed, painting the beast's face with a plume of crimson. He smashed Yarick to the ground and raised an ironclad boot ready to pulp his greatest enemy once and for all, before stopping with a weird, wicked grin. Victorious once again, he withdrew as the planet buckled in its death throes. Amidst the chaos, the scattering Imperial forces, no one saw the black armoured form of a Fenrisian priest spirit to weigh what remained of a legendary Commissar. His fleeting forces reported his death, and in time the bell of lost souls rang out on terror. But against all the odds, the old man of Armageddon had survived. Yarick lay in the medical bays of a Space Wolf strike cruiser. For he escaped death once more, he would never be the same. His reconstructed skull forever aching, his broken limbs supported by cybernetic armature, and his skin unnaturally pallid even for his advanced age. The skull-helm priests of the Space Wolves had told him that he was still needed Armageddon, and so Armageddon they would go. The only question was whether they would get there in time, or if the speed of Wastak or Gutsmek would ravage the planet before Yarick could ever set foot to the cursed world once more. Find out what happens if the Commissar makes planetfall in Armageddon for Return of Yarick, the next expansion of 40k. The book will be available alongside the Astra Militarum reinforcements to help Yarick reclaim the planet from the Orc menace. In the meantime, catch up with the Orc side of the story in the animation Old Baelai. Old Baelai? Oh, it's a hammer and bolter thing. I can't show it to you. Oh, that's another reason. Reconstructed skull sounds bad. Nah, it's not anything surprising. So if you don't know, there's another Commissar. Oh, no, he's not a Commissar. He is a commander of the Penal Legion. So that is prisoners who are turned into soldiers. And he's called Shafir. He has been reconstructed numerous times. He's been blown up, eaten by beasts, all sorts of things. Every single time they just put him back together again. And he's been around, I think, even longer than Yarick has been. Although that being said, they've not done the last chances for a while. So, hopefully, I want them to bring back the last chances. Preferably not with a couple of the racist and sexist caricatures they had in the old model kits. We can rebuild and they do literally have the technology. There's multiple technologies in the Imperium that can keep someone alive for pretty much forever. You've got obviously the tech priests and the biologists, whether doing what Carl does and just constantly replacing body parts with other people's body parts, doing what other tech priests do and just stitching themselves together with metal stuff. But then you've got, like, do you know Luciferium in RimWorld? There's a similar sort of thing that kind of turns you into a vampire in 40k. And basically it just makes you immortal. You can as long as you keep getting more of it, you can live forever. And it's very much like Luciferium in RimWorld, where the more you have, but it just allows you. You become addicted to it, you become reliant upon it, but it just makes you able to recover from any injury, makes you live forever. And you can heal yourself basically from nothing from it. You've then got like all sorts of cyber stims and stuff that you see in the Leagues of Photon. You've then got like just reconstructing someone using cyber augmetics and fake skin or grown skin and stuff. There's all sorts of ways. It seems like Yarick has one of the more unpleasant ways, which is just stitching them together with cyber augments and stuff. But there's also nicer ways to do it. I say nicer ways, ones that look a lot better on a person. That being said, most of these like rogue traders and inquisitors and stuff that live a super long time, they've not been crushed, smashed and blown to pieces like Yarick has. And Yarick for a very long time also refused a lot of these augments. As far as I'm aware, I think he refused them. But I might be misremembering that. I know some leaders have refused them, and I thought Yarick was one. But let me get a quick base out. Oh, oh, oh. Small base. Of a little goddess. Or god, sorry. We do have rejuvenating tech in general. We really just do be doing that. She's actually a 100-year-old demon. Except it's outwardly, they look mid-30s, but they're 600 years old. Yeah, there's a lot of that. In the Imperium. Inquisitors, the ones who have the most access to that tech are like world governors, inquisitors, rogue traders. People in incredible positions of power are incredibly wealthy. I believe a Lord of Administratum was old enough to, you know, remember the Emperor as he lived. I think it's a leader of Administratum, or at least something within the Administratum. There's quite a lot of ancient people in the Imperium. But yeah, I think Yarick, they call him the old man, but honestly, people living that long is not that surprising. And I do think Yarick refuses most of the rejuvenation tech. Yeah, the planetary and sector governors are often very, very long-lived. Yeah, it depends on the planet, of course. Some planets, even ones where they think themselves well off, really aren't that well off, and they just don't have access to that level of tech. Often you find some of the tech is using Xenos tech to do it. Sometimes it's not Xenos. Sometimes they think it's Xenos tech, but it's really just old Dark Age tech that they don't even recognize as human anymore. Because, you know, they're stupid. I wouldn't be surprised if a woman in that game we played Rogue Trader. And by woman I mean for Rogue Trader that, you know, we were meant to serve if she was meant to be really old. Yeah, this is my 3 battle suits I got for the battle suit being broken. And this one has the exact same fault in it. Annoyingly. That big lump's not meant to be there. Because if you look, they use piece 40 and 41 on either side of this thing. And this one is pretty much just identical. Either side. Those things meant to go on there, but these two can't go on there because that big lump is in the way. It's meant to have these two things on. It's meant to be a hole like that, but for some reason it's not a hole. So what did I want for this one though? We wanted something here. New recruit. Oh wait, it's free. We might have another one of these now. They do! Per Turbo's grand plan revealed. PT Turbo! PT Turbo! The Iron Warriors have set out to conquer the Cadian Gate once and for all. Is that PT Turbo? Is that PT Turbo? That's PT Turbo. Is this new art? Or is this old art? Because that looks so cool. And so stupid. Iron Warriors are set out to conquer the Cadian Gate. That's a huge tech. That's not a tech marine. That's PT Turbo, I think. Once of all, and it's part of Perturo's master plan for the Imperium. Today we take a quick peek into the upcoming Eye of Terror Reign of Iron book to find out what he's scheming. Just look at that artwork. This might be the first ever proper depiction of a post-ascension PT Turbo ever published in the Warhammer. Oh, this is a new book! That's something new book then! Ah! So we take it for a moment. It's a bit of a monster, isn't it? Yeah, are they gonna... I imagine they're gonna release a model then soon. Like, they're not gonna release art of him without having a model planned in the near future. Like, I imagine they already have concept... Like, this is past the concept art stage.
Damn boy, he thick.
Yeah. That's one of the new tech priest characters. Yeah, that's one of the new tech priest Skitari. They have their little shoulder mounted phosphor blaster. And you can see the big shoulder pads. Oh. Despite his fearsome appearance, PT Turbo's deadliest weapon is his mind, and he's been engaging it inside the towers of Mengrad for thousands of years. Some Primacs will do anything rather than admit they're wrong. Every dispatch warband and recalled fleet has been part of an intricate maneuvers, and now the masterstroke is at hand. The time for the infinite citadel has come. The Lord of Iron is sensible enough to stick to his strengths, so while Abaddon the Despoiler pursues his own wide-ranging plan to conquer the Imperium, Iron Warriors will do their best. Do what they do best, siege. Besiege it through grinding brutal warfare. I hope he loses. I really hope he loses the war for that, you know, on this planet against Vulidir Gold. Whatever her name is. Because that would just be hilarious. He lost on Talon to some Desert Raiders who weren't even Desert Raiders at the time. I love it just when Iron Warriors lose in a siege to somebody that's not even Space Marines. Peter Turbo's gone full Borg like Adam Smasher? Yeah. That's going to be a big model. It's going to be like Angron size and stuff, I imagine. I imagine it's not actually going to be that ridiculous scale. But yeah, for Lord of, like, compare it to here. Yeah, these sides of things, it's just art designed to make something that's big look even bigger than it does. They do it with
Peter
knights,
Turbo, whenever he sees a fortification, that's cute time siege it. But sir, it's not a relative objective. Maybe, but I won a siege.
It's true, it's true. That's basic what we said here. The time of the citadel has come. The Lord of Iron is sensible enough to stick to his strengths. Yeah, a good siege doesn't have to be confined to one planet, and slowly expanding the front line towards the heart of Imperium is the goal. No matter how long it might take. An expanding ring of horrifically brutalist fortifications designed by PT Turbo himself forges ahead. Entire worlds turned into keeps, their resources plundered to the last stone so that the Iron Warriors can raise wars that cross entire systems. Put simply, it's classic Iron Warriors siege, but on an absurdly huge scale. What's up? Hello, that guy over there. We reading about Vtuber. The worst Primarch. No one likes Vtuber. If you do, I'm gonna punch you. I'm gonna punch you. Punch, punch, punch. Battle by battle, the Infinite Citadel will creep towards Terror. And this time he won't storm off after an argument with his brothers. Yeah, because he's got no brothers to argue with. Leaving no foe behind that might disrupt his plans. When significant resistance comes to stop them, they will simply dig in and claim the defender's advantage. Could you imagine if someone just flies past them, completely cuts off the supply lines, and then just lets them, you know, starve to death because they turned an entire planet into a fortress? Most importantly, the carnage and horrendous body counts suffered in these pitiless battles serve to please the Dark Gods further, and soon the veil between real space and European will be thin enough that the Demon Primarch can fully walk upon Imperial soil again at will and drop the killing blow in person. No, I'm not on the side of Vtuber. No, Vtuber sucks. It's the worst. Yeah, my scroll button is absolutely broken right now. My scroll wheel. Maybe I need a new mouse. This is a pretty old mouse. Yeah, Vtuber's grand plan. Revealed. What was I going to look at? Oh, I wanted to look at my new recruit. New recruit. I wanted to look at my towel. My towel. Down here. We are first loading. My internet. Work with my internet. Okay. Okay, I think new recruit's a bit broken. Oh, wait. Oh, fact, I clicked on the wrong list. Oh, no. My favourite Iron Man. He sucks. Imagine Vtuber is as big as a knight. Kind of hope not. Well, I mean, Angron's not far off knight size, is he? Like, how big is Angron? Let's just look at Angron quickly. World Eaters. It's about the same price as a knight. So let's look. 100mm round base. Completely takes it up. So 100mm round base. Yeah, it goes 150mm size. Look at armies of Imperial Knight. It's much bigger than an Armiger, who is on a 100mm base. But let's look at a Knight Questoris over here, which is on a... How big is their base? 109 by 170. So 100mm base goes like there. It's like... So top of his shoulder comes up to here. His wings are like up to here. So he is like comparative to a knight. 11th edition is the era of Vtuber. No, 11th edition is era of the Ark and... Oh, for that being said, you know, 10th edition was meant to be the era of the Leviathan of Tyranids. And Tyranids have barely done anything since the start of the edition. Oh. World Eaters. Let's look at Thousand Suns. I imagine 100mm base again. Let's look. Angron Fiend Knight. Angron Fiend Knight. I imagine it's going to be about the same size as his brothers. Oh, you want to see scale of Angron fully? There's a Joy Toy version of him. Oh gosh, that's terrible. Can I see a bigger picture of this? Here we go, yeah. So look at the Joy
Puff
Toy
word of the
version of
day.
him.
There is no word. I'm sad frown. Oh wait. Puff word of the day. Sad, D.
No, why are you sad? Big hug to you, Puff. Armageddon Pact to Medusa. Oh, Medusas are great. But yeah, so this is Angron versus... If these are Joy Toy versions, they're absolutely massive. But... yeah, these are roughly the same. But they are in scale to 40k scale as far as I'm aware. Magnus is actually the tallest of Primarchs in model, mostly goes for unswept wings.
Magnus is actually the tallest of the demon Primarchs in model. Mostly cast that upswept wing adds about 50% to his height.
Well, honestly, he's meant to be the tallest of the Primarchs anyway, but once they become demons, it's anyone's game. So yeah. You're looking at, he's not quite knight sized, he's armature size. He's bigger than an armature, smaller than a full knight. I imagine that is going to be roughly the same. Wait, Vulcan wasn't the tallest. Oh wait, no, I think Magnus was the tallest, yeah. I think Vulcan's the tallest of the loyalists, but I think, wasn't Magnus still taller? Or is it just because he uses warp psychic-y stuff to look taller like the MP? Vulcan was. I thought Magnus was. Or did he just do stuff like the Emperor does, where he's not actually that tall, he just makes himself look bigger? No, Magnus is by far the tallest. Apparently. Vulcan is the heaviest Primarch and the strongest. Yeah. Apparently Ferrus was taller than Vulcan and Kurz is taller than Ferrus. But I thought Magnus was the tallest and like Corvus is... I don't know. I've just got my guesses. But we got the broadside battlesuit, just quickly try and make now. Oh yeah, and what did I want my broadside? So, physics exact same, 2 shield drones, heavy rifle, weapon support, twin smart missile system. Okay. Instead of a plasma rifle. Yeah. Smart missiles are way cooler. Indirect fire. Indirect fire go brrr. I have a question. In comparison to human minis, recruit to huge, the same size as a librarian space marine. I don't have recruit miniature to compare them to. I kind of want to. But yeah, recruit are taller than humans, generally. Not all the time. Recruit come in all sorts of different sizes. Depending on what they've eaten recently. But yeah, but they are different. So, where's my clippers? Oh, there they are. Yeah, Kroot are compact. Same for Vespid Stingwings. Vespid Stingwings are very tall. They're not quite. With both Groot and Vespid, you have to realise that while they're about as tall and similar strength to a Space Marine, their frames are a lot more frail and thin than like a Space Marine. Space Marines are big, broad, thick. Groot, by comparison, are skinny. They're skinny. They got tiny little bones. Hi, Seredwin. Recruit minis are typically a little taller than humies. Yeah. Where's a Groot T-Rex? There is. More clear piece to lose? No, these are just bases. I can drop them. And I can find them. But I still not found that canopy piece. I've moved everything out multiple times since, and I still can't find it. Hi, Dr. Smilex. They're called Narlox. Yeah. They're called Greater. For T-Rex Kroot are called Greater Narloxes. You can still get the small Narloxes. The ones that they ride at the moment. How many range? We made all 5 of the range. Well, technically we made 3 because we already had 2. So we turned 1 into a Corsair, 1 into another Corsair. And then we made Cool Ranger of Knife. And Cool Ranger with Binoculars. And Cool Ranger with Shroudy thing. Shroud. And then we broke and fixed this guy up. And we added that thing to his back. Yeah. Ooh, Eldar. Why are you... You know what's making... You just asked about my Eldar. Why are you asking about my Eldar just to be like, ew, Eldar? Puncher. Don't pick on you have been a bad cupcake. No, I'm not a bad cupcake. I'm a great cupcake. And the best cupcake. Oh, gosh. Ranger's too good at it. I didn't know Rangers were... I talked about it. We love owls. Please don't
Who is
blind
with me to get Games Workshop to make Kroot farmers with Kroot cows that make Kroot cereal?
Oh yeah, the Great Narlock. I'll show you the Great Narlock. You can still get them in Dawn of War. I say get from us in like photo thing. Open image in new tab. Open image in new tab. Oh, darn it. Why does Vtuber do this now? I have to actually click on it. There we go. Okay, having to open Reddit, sorry. Google's changed how they do stuff. There we go. Oh, why do I have to... I hate Reddit. Why can't I just actually open an image in a new tab on Reddit? Here you go. Here's a Great Narlock. This is what Great Narlocks look like. Hi, Rock Barney. How you doing, Kroot? Are all hunting? Well, yeah, Kroot are hunter-gatherers. They don't do farming. Kroot cows are technically their own cousins. Yeah, Kroot animals. All Kroot animals are technically Kroot. They're a bit like a sheep in that way. Humans milk cows and goats. Yeah, we do, but we don't milk our own cousins. Most of us, anyway. Alabama. Also, I don't know if they produce milk, considering they're bird. Considering they got a sort of avian ancestry, I don't think they produce milk. Yeah, they don't produce milk, I'm sorry. They're not mammalians. They're not mammalians. And that means they probably don't have the vicinity to, you know, handle lactose. We're also literally carnivorous, so if they can't handle many grains and, you know, vegetation, they have to eat meat. Do, 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 do. No, 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 no.
I just posted the famous picture of the Primarchs. I never noticed that Angron was there and that he was breaking the marble on the wall.
Wait, let's look. Let's look at this. Wait. You just posted a famous picture of Primarch. Where did you post it? What makes the most sense for Legends Armageddon Army? I'm trying. What do you mean makes the most sense? Wrong discard. Find my famous picture. The One Piece is wheeled. Oh no. What makes the most sense for our Legends Armageddon army? If they use enough mammals, they could potentially produce milk. They could.
Maybe not Kroot cows, but Kroot sheep that make Kroot sweaters and Kroot mittens.
I mean, I think they grow feathers, not wool, not hair. And you do see they have feathers. They do use feathers and leathers. They use feathers and leathers in most of their clothing. Can we get much higher? Open to the other discard. Okay, here we go. Open image in a new tab. Go over to here. And it's all the way zoomed in. So here's Angron. Here's not Angron. Magnus the Red at the back. Much taller than like everybody else around. And he's leaning over. That's Angron here. This is Angron pushing the wall. This is Shagatai Khan. This is Logar, I believe. This is Vogel Dawn. That's Horus. That's Fulgrim. And that's Lionel Johnson back there. my gosh, look at those Titans. That Titan looks so derpy. I've never noticed the derpy looking Titans for a background. What the heck are these Titans? It's like someone that was like halfway through making a Titan and decided, screw it, I can't be bothered. Sanguinius and Mortarion to the left of Magnus. Wait, is the Sanguinius there? Where's Mortarion, sorry? The left of Magnus. Magnus is the left, is Angron. Oh, is that Mortarion? Everyone's trying to aura farm and Angron is just passing a kidney stone. I remember the art got reference in a gacha game where a bunch of villain anime girls posing the same on a similar background. That's cool. Viewer can put on their shoulders from. Have I stumbled upon a VTuber Tau crossover? Kind of. We're currently building a Tau at the moment. We've built some broadsides, we built some Aldari Rangers, we're building a broadside now, but we're looking at this. Kundra's a cupcake, not a Tau. She isn't blue. Yeah, I'm a cupcake. I'm just vaguely person shaped. Look at stink clouds. Oh yeah, stink clouds. So Mortarion must be fair. I don't know where Sanguinius. Oh no, is that Sanguinius? It is Sanguinius. Yeah, because he's got the eye. That's not Lionel Johnson. Yeah, that's the eye. I just saw the golden hair. I'm used to Sanguinius having much longer hair. But yeah, that's Sanguinius' armor. For some reason, I saw this and thought he was holding, do you know, his helmet. Lionel Johnson with his helmet, but no, that's Sanguinius. Oh, yeah, I thought the staff was...
And I am used to seeing him bleeding on the floor.
Ah, yeah. I belong to the hive mind of Nids. I have some Nids too. We love Nids. Okay, now I need to get... Not piece number 8, it's piece number 9 according to this. Oh, no. Well, it is piece number 8. I can't think of Magnus without thinking of, you know, that one... Have you seen Minecraft Story Mode? There's a character, the worst character ever, called, and I think he's called Magnus. Every time someone says Magnus, I always think of him now. Okay, I think this goes... here? Yeah, here. See, I kind of Mandela half of Primarchs out of the picture, and Bahoras, Fulgrim, Dawn, Jagatai, and Magnus. Yeah, they are harder to notice in the picture, very easy to miss, don't blame you. Why do they act like nothing happened? Because it's before everyone turns traitor. During the Great Crusade, when everyone was friendly with one another, and nothing bad had ever or would ever happen. Except, you know, the extermination of multiple races. It was that Ulanor. Oh. When they after defeating for arts. Or when they were defeating for arts. I never knew that. I always thought it was like terror. Do, 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 do. Da, 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 da. Sangui's character traits are anything that makes him die sadder. Same as Ferris. Yes. It's true. Do you mean sadder as in makes his death sadder, or just makes him sadder personally? Because I think it's both. Also, Fulgrim's character traits before turning is anything that makes his fall to chaos sadder. Like, oh my gosh, he's such a caring and kind, compassionate person who likes the people and wants his sons to do well. It'd be a shame if it fell to chaos. Slanesh of all things. Sanguinius, no, the dying was like, no, that's not true. He was never alive. He's a fictional character, Talan. He was never alive. And even if he was, it would be in the future. I'm thinking fictional characters were alive at some point. Ow. Why did you throw that? They just ruin your hopes and dreams of meeting Sanguinius. You're fictional. I am a fictional character. I'm alive. Don't worry about it. That Fulgrim's fall is comically stupid. I mean, kind of. He finds a demon sword and decides, I like this sword. And then it corrupts him. I'd say the other falls to chaos feel much more stupid. I think it's meant to kind of emulate, you know, Gollum with the One Ring to some extent. Or more accurately, Frodo, I guess, with the One Ring. You know, it's corrupting nature that makes you want to take it, never mind where you found it. And use its power, even though you don't need its power. Maybe the demons, it did make some good points, you know? Like, Peter Turbo is playing Siege of Terror 2, kind of. Kind of, not really, he sucks. He wants to get to Terror, but he's sieging for Eye of Terror first. Those hands are real. You think these hands are real? Look, if these hands are real... Now, I'm a cartoon character. I'm not real. Look, see, knife. Stab things.
The Chaos Gods were down a dedicated legion. Then Typhus did a funny and then Mortarion sold his soul to Stinky to save his sons.
See, look, you can't do that to a fictional character. You can't, cartoon characters can do this and it's fine. See? Fictional character. Fine, see, no damage.
Fun fact, Fulgrim made up his background so people would feel bad for him.
Maybe he's the one that wrote the Horus Heresy novels. The Chaos Gods were down a dedicated legion when Typhus did a funny, and then Matorian sold his soul to Stinky to save his sons. Yeah. Wait, what if CupCon was never real and this is just inside? It is inside your head. As I'm trying to tell you guys. And since it's only inside your heads, any cola you send my way, you know, it's not really, you're not losing anything by sending me all the cola in the world and like all the Kit Kats in the world. You know, you're not losing anything because it's just inside your head. It's just make believe. Yeah, you can afford to lose a few make believe liters of cola. You can send me tons of it. Oh yeah. You're finally in the screw. Yeah, but Typhus is cool. I'm sorry, but Typhus is cool. Oh my gosh. I was watching a battle report thing, and it was Tyranids versus Death Guard. And it was Crusher Stampede, no infantry, just monsters. The only thing that wasn't a monster was some Zoanthropes with a Neo Tyrant. Versus Shamblrot, and it had Matorian and Typhus in Shamblrot, and yay, cupcake!
That's a great point. Here's a cola.
Oh my gosh! Ow! That's a big cake. Thank you so much, Dada Cola. Thank you so much for the super chat. Big love hearts to your fat guy over there. I'm gonna drink so much cola. Oh, wait. I'm just gonna drag it from the camera. Cola! Yeah! I'm gonna pour myself a cola now. I will give Conjure a 1 litre bottle of Turkish cola. A cola not made in Turkey. And the next stream will be 10-hour Turkish national anthem karaoke stream. Still Cupcon's cola. No! What did you do to my cola? It's empty now. Oh my goodness. I like the way to land thinks. No, we don't want to do the Turkey national anthem. Because Turkey hates me. Because I once went to Greece and I said Greece is cool. And I got banned from Turkey for saying that. Turkish delights. We're not cupcakes anymore, we're Turkish delights. No, you're cupcakes. I don't even like Turkish delights. They hate Greece that much. Yeah, they do hate Greece. That being said, they don't hate Greece that much. Like, there's definitely a lot of, like, potential chance for war between the two due to territorial disputes. But at the same time, often when there's a natural disaster in Turkey, the first people to come are the Greeks and vice versa. like the first people to send like, you know, support. So they don't hate one another that much. They also both have massive tourism. Both are quite reliant economically on tourism, and they kind of compete with one another on a tourist scale. That being said, it also pays for them to keep channel open between the two of them, so that tourists can very easily get from Greece into Turkey and vice versa, because, you know, a lot of tourists who will be visiting Greece will also want to visit Turkey at the same time. A bit like how many, like, especially Americans and stuff, visiting Europe, they might want to visit France, but at the same time they'll, like, spend a week in France and they'll spend a week in Italy. Or they might go on a road trip around Germany, Italy, and France. Or they might go to Spain as well. So, yeah. The only reason the Greeks help Turkey is because they know that would make them the maddest. I think it's both vice versa, yeah, definitely. Yeah, there's most of the actual I mean, there's obviously a lot of real rivalry, like because the Turks have what is it called? What's it called? It's not Constantinople. I played too much Crusader Kings. Istanbul, that's it. They have Istanbul and, you know, that entire area, but the Greeks consider that area like Greece and how it was stolen from them and they want it back. That's more of a historical dispute, but there are much more modern territorial disputes between Turkey and Greece, especially around the various islands. And sometimes they can get quite hot. Not exactly hot, they barely shoot at one another, but, you know, there is a non-zero chance that a war could erupt between the two of them. The main thing stopping a war between the two of them is that they both have massive economic issues. Yeah, once I've been to Greece and most bars had signs saying no dogs and no Turks allowed. I had to take them down when they started allowing dogs in. You gotta go now. Bye-bye, Dr. Smiley. Giants would be proud of you, Cupton. I still can't imagine being in like one country and going to another to drive. People do that all the time. Like sometimes you'll have people go on a road trip to like America, and they might do like on the road trip go into Canada at the same time. It's easier to go from America to Canada than it is to go from Canada to America if you're on a road trip. Similarly, it's easier at the moment to get from Britain into Europe than it is to go from Europe into Britain if you're going on a trip. And sometimes if you want to go, like, if you're in Britain and you're going on holiday to Italy or something, you might decide that you want to go through France rather than, you know, just taking the plane. I guess that's one of the fun things about Canada, America, and Britain, well, Europe in general, in which for most of these places, it's not lax borders, but it's relatively easy to go on holiday and then just cross over a border and go into another country. As long as you got your passports and stuff with you. I live in America, but depends on state. If you go to Washington or like New York, that's easy. But if you're in the middle of the country and go to another state. Oh yeah, thanks for popping in, Dr. Smilex. I can't remember who said that. It's nice having you here. Okay, 13 and 14. That's these two. But yeah, the... There we go. Planning road trips must be really difficult. Like, do you know, because you're going to have to, like, plan your plane back. So you're going to have to, like, go to a different airport. When it came in with. Finally starting for Broadsides. We've got more than started. We got the legs done. There we go. Yeah, I did take a big break just to talk to you guys then. If you don't like me talking to you, that's fine. I can stop talking. Oh gosh. When playing road trips, the Talan family mentality is just we're balling. We don't really go on road trips in my family. I mean, when we do, it's like more of a, we've got a destination and we're driving there. Rather than, you know, it's very rare we've actually done any like sort of holidaying while on the road. And, there we go. There we go. Yeah. There we go. More family. We're making a big old torso. The legs on the broadside are just hilariously thin for how big the rest of the model is. I do miss the shoulder mounted weapons though on the old broadsides. The shoulder mounted rail cannons. Okay, yep, that definitely goes there next. Ooh, this weekend I think we're gonna change what we're doing. We're not gonna be painting on Sunday. Instead, I have a Combat Patrol magazine arrived, so we'll probably be looking at that on Sunday. There we go. You get to mini in it. Yeah, we got loads of minis in them. Although we'll probably read them because no, we got to the Atlan Jackals or whatever they're called in them. Doing over Gene Stealer cult fights. Which is pretty cool. So yeah. We've also got some guardsman stuff, which I don't really plan to build yet because I've got a hell of a lot of guardsman stuff that needs to be built. and converted. I'm just massively behind on all of that. Okay, so 16 and 17. You ever wonder how cartoons get celebrity cameos in the first seasons? Money. Probably money. It always surprises me whenever I see that. It's like, oh, I would not have expected to have splashed out on that yet. I assume they just ask them, yeah. But usually it's the kind of thing where I expect them to only be able to really get these cameos once, you know, they've already started airing. And, you know, people be aware of them and know the quality of it. Okay, yeah, that side. This is a piece that goes here. And this goes here. Like that, okay. And this goes like that, I imagine. It does. Nice. He's got a little tail. He's got a little tail with handles on. Okay, there we go. So you go like on here, and we go here, like that, like that. There we go. Get a bits of plastic off it, and then we got front panel. So just for arms, for head, for weapons, for drones. Oh, there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff to put together in this one. Oh no.
The Chibi model is less terrifying than the 3D model.
Wait, the 3D model's not terrifying. Why do you think the 3D model is terrifying? What's terrifying about it? It's beautiful. What's that look? Tau. Eldar. Space Marine drop pod. I know you love this, Erland. I've seen the eyes and teeth. Yeah. What's wrong with the eyes? The 3D model has the same style as eyes as this model does. Like, we just got portals to the gates of hell in my eyes. Don't worry about it. Yeah. Well, the chibi model is cute. Yeah. I'm not stinky. Punch, punch, punch. You call me stinky. So mean. Oh, the new tiers are nice. Thank you. These are the same tiers that are on the boss chibi, I believe. Okay, railgun. Oh my gosh, look how complex it is to build a railgun. No, 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 no. Railgun, railgun, the biggest gun around. Railgun, railgun, the biggest and bestest around. The biggest guns are amazing. The biggest guns are nice. Railgun, railgun, a gunny, gunny, gun. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Okay, so 31. Snip, snip, snip. Dennis a Menace. Snip, snip, snip. Dennis a Menace in the UK is very different from American Dennis a Menace. In the UK, Dennis a Menace has a red and black shirt and dark hair, and he is an absolute menace. He's evil. He's cruel. And I think there's like a thing of him wanting to cut his hair. Of like snip, 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 snip. Because hairdressers are evil. Everyone wants a hair rescue. Everyone wants a hair. No, 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 no. We love Columbo. We love Columbo. Columbo is nice. Columbo is mean. Columbo has lice. Dum dun dun. Dum dun dum. There we go. There we go. Oh! Double railgun! Squeeze. Squeeze. Oh, does this not wanna... What's wrong with it? Why is there a little bit of... Knife. Fix it. I don't know. Okay. What we do now is we go bump, bump, bump. Bump, bump, bump. And then bump, 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 bump. No. More. More. There we go. Bump, 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 bump. And bump. Yay. Okay, what we need now is piece 32, 33, and 34. That makes sense. 34 goes here, here. Oh, 30. Ah, I just whacked my hand. 34 goes here. Oh, perfect. Do 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 na na na. Da na 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 na. Nice. How do they reload the gun? That's what I need to know. Like, they don't exactly have hands ready to reload. Okay, 32 is next, and that is this piece. Conjure Summon, I tried to draw you as a possum, but messed up, and now you look like some sort of creature. Oh my gosh, I need to see now. Did you post it in fan art? Ah, it's adorable! I'm showing you amazing art to the world. If you don't mind. If you do mind, say so. Oh. Ah. Adorable. It is adorable. We found new art fiction from Black Library. The Freebooters Code. The Freebooters Code! Legends of the War. Legends of the War by various authors. Sunday Mitchell, that's the person who wrote Caithias Cain. Caithias Cain, sorry. World Ablaze. Oh, this is Steel Legion. Steel Legion is there. Prophet of the War. Yarick the Omnibus. I don't know if it's saying that. I think all of these are old books. Doesn't say if it's going to have any, you know, on for app and stuff. Oh, it says down here, all of these Archie books are available to pre-order soon. If that's what if that's whet your appetite for WoW. Available now. And even more tales at everyone. Oh yeah, on the Black Library app. Pirates. Anyway, sorry, I got distracted. Talent! Talent, do this! It's adorable! It's adorable! Look, he's got a tiny little thing there. Oh! Cute cupcake creature! Wow! But I get distracted. The button that brings up the browser is the same button that opens up the Warhammer website. So, you know. Not my fault. Looks like some sort of hairless hamster. Yeah. But it's still adorable. It is the cupcake creature. Where's this? So that goes there. This goes here. 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 Looks like it's just in front of it. Is it here? Oh, it's here. I think, yeah. Like you hat. Thanks for the hat. There we go. Look at this. Look at that. A big old hat. And then I need. Is it on fish brew? Might be on fish brew. It might not be. Oh, wait. Yeah. No, no, it's not. Never mind. Or maybe this. Oh, it is. It is. It's piece 25. All right, later gamers. Oh, that guy over there. Thanks for popping in. Thanks for being here in the stream. Oh, what goes there? I wonder. Oh, it's probably the other hand. It's the other hand that goes there. Pretty certain. If this goes here like that. Oh. And then. Oh, we need the disky disc. The disky disc. Remember to lick the stream. Yeah, every like on this stream is another.
Remember to lick the stream. Every lick is one more chance that Cupcan steers away from Space Marines and builds something better, and paint.
Broadside battle suit. We painted Tyranids. Well, there's nothing better than my Templar. Nothing better than my Templar. Where does this go? It goes. Oh, okay, it goes here.
I just had a thought. Peter Turbo is the kind of guy to auto-resolve any TW battle if the prediction says victory, no matter the casualties.
Oh no. So what are you saying? He's a terrible commander? That's literally why Sun Tzu had to write the, the book Art of War, because of people not understanding even basic stuff in Total War. It's just a bit there. At the moment, there's like no bit that meant to go there. Oh, wait, 27. Every like cupcake hamster gets better enclosure. At 30, we put it in for my. No! Don't put my cup. Don't put the cupcake hamster in the microwave. Second word is victory, therefore I fight. I mean, I think Peter Turbo is playing Total War right away. If he does like that. No, that's not. If you get an art to resolve victory, it depends on what faction it is with. And like what your armies are. Because often those victories absolutely suck. Okay, no, apparently that's just... That random hole is meant to be there, apparently.
Time to draw and quarter a cupcake.
Yeah, so it's just there. No, don't draw and quarter a cupcake. Oh my gosh, my thumb is dying. Cupcakes are friends, not for drawing and quartering. Pyrrhic victory, high casualties, art to solve has never been pressed so hard. Girly man would focus on his economy too much for Total War. Probably. And not realise that everyone else is literally just cheating. Although probably won't go into, you know, battles and wars unless he like has a very high chance of winning already. And then he'll probably manually fight for battle himself and spend a lot of time in the diplomacy screen. Trying to get trade agreements and all sorts of stuff. But Total War awards an aggressive playstyle, not a defensive
Who wins
one.
against each other in Total War? Peter Turbo or Conrad Cruz?
Probably Conrad. Conrad's not going to fight battles unless it's just an absolutely dominating victory, in which case he'll play it personally and probably, you know, not suffer any casualties. As soon as he has to fight like a proper battle, he'll just be constantly moving, spreading his armies out, tearing into your undefended settlements and all sorts. PT Turbo just wouldn't have a chance against it. PT Turbo would want to... Hi, Jericho! PT Turbo would probably, you know, as you said, he would just auto-resolve every single battle. He might fight some of them, especially... If the only battles he won't auto-resolve are probably going to be sieges. Just because he wants to do the siege. Every other battle is auto-resolving. He's losing loads and loads of troops. His economy is probably going to be in shambles because he wants to just garrison and protect his units as much as possible. He's building bastions everywhere. His economy is in shambles, losing troops. The only reason his economy keeps going is because he's losing so many troops per turn. He's paying no upkeep half the time. The current best Total Warhammer player is playing tournaments with handicaps because it became too easy for him. He won a tournament as Bretonia and played every game with 4 trebuchet. Best unit in Bretonia. That's not a handicap. Just because the average person doesn't recognise what the best unit in Bretonia is. Like, you're thinking horses are the best units? No, it goes Bretonian Bowman top, Trebuchet second, Reliquary third. You get yourself a bunch of bowmen. You get yourself a bunch of infantry. You throw down some reliquaries to make sure they don't break. And you get a bunch of trebuchets, and that's Bob's your uncle. Everyone gets defeated. He played Empire of Max... Okay, no, that sucks. Great Sword, worst unit in the Empire. Or who else can even... Oh my gosh, that is a handicap. That's a handicap right there. What about halberds? Did he have at least half as many halberds as he could take us? Now, that is a good unit. I'm only saying greatswords suck because Talan hates them. No, Talan loves greatswords, sorry. Talan loves greatswords. No, greatswords are fine. They're not amazing though. He tried full halberds, but he lost every game. Okay, he's a terrible player then. Terrible player. Halberds. Or like a best unit. ever made. Which Primarch would play Tomb Kings? What's his name? Magnus. Magnus would feel a great affinity for the Tomb Kings, you know, with them being space Egyptians. Also, infinite magic. You know, this head fell off the box thing, so might as well use that. Where do we get a face? We got a face. Okay, now we need to guess for what faction each Primarch would play. Magnus, Tomb Kings. Carvers would probably Vampire Counts. Not Carvers, Conrad, sorry. Carvers would probably play... oh, what's her name? No, Conrad would play as Manfred. Or Vlad. Carvers would probably play as the Empire woman. What's her name? I forget her name. Fundraken, Elisa Fundraken. Because emo. Lehman Russ would probably play as Kislev. And I imagine he would play either as Boris or Katarina. Oh no. We will get it in 20 years. I'm betting Vampire Counts. Yeah, Vampire Counts. I think Manfred. Or Vlad. Falcon would probably play as the dwarves, I imagine. Rogel Dawn would play as, I think, dwarves again. I think Falcon would probably play as, you know, the one that starts near the Tomb Kings, because he's the one that makes the most stuff. Meanwhile, Rogel Dawn would probably play as the main dwarf king. Just because he'll probably just spend his entire time digging deep, making these tunnels and just making these great unassailable bastions. I'd say dwarves for Falcon just because you can make and forge your own weapons and stuff with them. Conrad would play vampires. Oh, wait, yeah, vampires would also be good for Conrad. Yeah, Conrad actually, yeah, vampires because you don't need... You got hard armies, you don't need to have settlements and stuff. You just be constantly raiding the coast, setting up these... Or Skaven. He might play Skaven as well, do you know, to the entire fact that you can hide as Skaven. Those are the two. Yeah, those two would actually be really good for him. But I imagine vampirates. Or beastmen. Beastmen would be really good for Conrad as well. Angron would probably play definitely as just Khorne. Probably Scarbrand or Skulltaker. Either that or Taurox. Torvax for Angry Bull. Those would be his favourite factions anyway. Magnus could play as Siege, but I imagine if anyone, it would definitely be Tomb Kings. Second would probably be one of his Siegean, like Kairos Fate Weaver. I think Conrad would want to play any sort of faction that, you know, could just hide. So, like, the Changeling would also be a good Conrad faction. Oh, Alpha Legion would play for Changeling. But Alpharius would definitely play for Changeling. Yes. Either that or the Slanesh one that's really good at being friends with you. Fulgrim would play as... Well, you know Gutterman would play Carl fans. That's just... You're just straight up Carl fans. The Dark Angel Lionel Johnson would definitely play as a Bretonnian king. Yeah. No one would play Vampire Court. Vampire Counts. No, Vampire Counts are great. They're fun. I love Vampire Counts. Okay, want to put some missiles on its back anyway. Where do we put for missiles? It's on piece 47. Oh, there it is. Okay, what other Primarchs are there? We've got Angron, we've got Magnus, we got PT Turbo, PT Don't. Well, okay, well, actually, what faction would PT Turbo play? He loves his sieges. Dwarves would be another good faction for PT Turbo. But who does the sieges the most in the game? Like, have big artillery. Skaven. PT Turbo would have to play Skaven. You don't care about friendly fire. You don't care about how many troops you lose. You got loads of artillery. You've got loads of big mutants and equivalent to demon engine stuff. Yeah, and you don't have to worry about getting sieged yourself. All you have to worry about is just sieging other people. Cafe has a lot of guns. Cafe would be good. Who would play as Cafe though? Probably Chaos. Oh, Chaos Dwarves. Oh yeah, Chaos Dwarves would be better. Yeah, Chaos Dwarves are Skaven for PT Turbo. Who would play as Cafe? I don't know. I could see Gulliman playing Cafe. Oh no! You know who would play Cafe? Not Vogel Dawn wouldn't play for Dwarves. He'd play Cafe because you got the Great Wall. You'd just see that massive wall there and be like, yes, this is a faction I want to play. Give me the wall. Oh my goodness. I forgot about Cafe. Carver's... I don't know who Carver... Conrad would play as the Changeling. Maybe. No. Alpharius would play as a Changeling, sorry. Carver's would play as...
See previous statement about Perturabo and Undead or Tomb Kings as he just revives his army over the end turn to make up for auto-resolve.
Maybe. Nope, Tomb Kings can't raise dead. Tomb Kings can't raise dead. Tomb Kings, I don't think so, unless we got that, unless it was an update. They can only recruit new units. They can recruit them for free, but they have to recruit them normally. But no, they suck at sieges though. Undead have no good siege equipment. You have to remember, he needs sieges. You got you got a couple of catapult stuff for the Tomb Kings, but that's not really good enough. Sorry about that. Yeah. So would play Arcan? No. Because he doesn't get access to much guns at the moment. I would just say Chaos Dwarves. He would just use... Because he can forge new stuff. Chaos Dwarves are Skaven because one, you can just recruit units infinitely with both of them. Like, you just recruit endless waves of goblins. That's all they do, just recruit endless waves of goblins as Chaos Dwarves and Orcs and stuff. Build these massive siege equipments and just go bombarding everybody. It feels like... Chaos Dwarves definitely feel like the Ultimate Perturabo faction. I guess actually they could be a bit Falcon-y, but I don't think Falcon would really... Actually, no. Chaos Dwarves would be quite Falcon-y because, you know, if they've got fire, they've got the Forges. Well, that being said, no, Falcon would be building. He'll just go full in with, you know, the Iron Drakes and the Flame Cannon. Because he wouldn't want to, he would hate recruiting goblins. He would hate being forced to recruit for goblins and, you know, forced to send his troops into death waves. I think Torvox would be a good one for Angron. Either that or, you know, just either for Khorne factions. Or any of the Khorne factions. Scarbrand, Skulltaker. Oh, what's his name? Begins with A. Arbol. Arbol would be great for Angron. You know that as soon as he loses a battle, he'll just be rage quitting anyway. So Arbol would just be the perfect one. Okay, but Gulliman, you know, he'll just instantly play the default factions, you know, for either the High Elves, Tyrion, Carl fans, or Cafe, mostly just Carl fans. Valkyria could also be good. Valkyria could also be good for him. Basically, any of the Khorne ones. Or Khorne related ones. Who would... We need to look at other Chaos Gods. We're not looked at Marty. Marty, who would he play? I don't really know. I don't know if I'd want to play Nurgle. Like, because he doesn't like Nurgle a lot, does he, Marty? Plan Pestilence. I don't really know enough about Marty's personality to be able to say anything about him. I guess Plan Pestilence would definitely be very fitting for him now, or just any other Nurgle factions, but we're assuming before they fell to chaos, like if they were just like having fun together, or just wanted to play a computer game. No idea what he would choose. Logar. Oh, he would play for Priest. He would play any of the, you know, the religious faction guys. So the Priest of Kislev, the priest who is down near the Tomb Kings of the Empire. I don't even Tanuki. We're trying to decide what factions each of the Primarchs, would play as before they fell to chaos. There's also the Skink Priest. He would play as... He'd just, like, switch between which one he's playing as. The Skink Priest. Oh, well, Death Guard as a legion summed up in one word would be inexorable. Inexorable. Google. What does inexorable mean? Exorable. Not persuaded, to be moved or stopped, relentless. Okay, so relentless. I mean, you got the dwarf factions, you've got the chaos dwarf faction, they're pretty tough, they're pretty resilient. Lizardmen? Lizardmen would be good. Ooh, what about, oh, what's the big lizard called? The Croxigar dude. I forget his name. Nikari, yeah, Nikari. That could be him. Just really tough, unstoppable faction that just keeps going and going and going and going. Summons very tough units. He can get skinks, but other than that, if you don't get the skinks and you just get the Saurus warriors, the dinosaurs, and the Croxigar, very, very tough faction. Tiptoeing through the tulips of his Croxy bros, yeah. After that, could be vampire counts. Players Hellman Ghost. Just unstoppable zombies, never-ending zombies. It's perfect. Okay, 36. So, Logar. So we got Alfarius Logar. All four for Monogod, guys? No, we're not done Fulgrim. Who would Fulgrim play us? I imagine Dark Elves or High Elves. Sigvald. Sigvald would be good. Sigvald would be very fitting. Now, especially post-fall, it would be quite fitting. Okay, Sanguinius. Who would Sanguinius play as? No clue who Sanguinius would play. Yeah, I'm trying to think. For Lady of the Lake, maybe? Oh, not Lady of the Lake. But oh, what's the name? Cassacon. A Batonian woman, anyway. That's not in the Tomb Kingland. Because she ends up with a Sword of Cain frequently. Oh, Lario would also be good. Yeah, Lario. I think he would play as any of the other super nice factions. You know, if they want to save the world, and they want to protect the people. So that's kind of a Lario and the woman in Betonia. Repans the Leonas. No, the other one. The one that actually starts in Betonia is often killed by Clan Squire. I forget what her name is. Repans? I think Jagatai wouldn't play as Repans. I mean, Repans would actually be good for Sanguinia's actually thinking about it. Because she like boosts the peasants and stuff. It's like a woman of the people. Jagatai would definitely play as... What's the fastest faction? I mean, you got the horses. Betonia, obviously horses. Any other Betonian lords? Probably least of all with Pants because she doesn't really power up horses. Carl Vance also powers up horses though. High Elves have some of the fastest cavalry in the entire game. But what's the fastest unit in the game? Dark Elves, whichever one, like the chariots and they're slow though. The cold ones and chariots and Dark Elves are really, really slow. These are really, really fast. They not only move across the campaign really quickly, but most of their units have a much higher speed than any other equivalent one. Slaanesh! Who would play as the Slaanesh factions for no other reason than speed? The Demonettes, super fast. Fiends of Slaanesh, Seekers of Slaanesh, all of them super fast. Nikari? It's not Nikari. The demon guy who's just super fast as well. Yeah, Slaanesh is just by far the fastest faction, and as a result, the only possible answer. Jagatai, yeah, Nikai, that's it. Who else is there? Carvers has said he's just going to go full emo and pick Elisif on Draken. Or maybe Isabella or Vlad because of their little emo romance. Is that all of them? We did Gulliman, we did Lion, we did Vulcan, Carthus, Pigatai, Sanguinius. Iron at Ferrus Manus, who would he play as? Who would Ferrus Manus play as? With Vanguard. How am I missing like 3 factions? Sanguinius, Dark, Lionel, Gulliman, Carthus, Jagatai. Ferrus Manus forgotten to the end again.
Ferrus Manus forgotten until the end.
Yeah.
Again, so many cases.
Who would play Lizard Men? Logar could play Lizard Men. Just for the priest dude. Cult of Sotek. And We also said that might be Mortorian. He likes his tough units. Nurgle would also be a good option for him, like Tormacan. I have no idea who Ferrous Manus would play. Like, he likes making stuff as well. I need to look at like the different factions now, just to make sure I've not missed anybody else. Just check. Yeah, fiction. Warhammer 40k, Space Marines. So we did Right Scars, we did Ultramarines. Oh yeah, we did Lehman Ross. Forgot about him. Yeah, he'll just be playing against Kislev. Or the Norskans. Probably mixing it up depending how he feels. Raven Guard, Iron Hands, Imperial Fist. Yeah, we said Dwarfs. Oh, Cafe for him. Dark Angels, we did, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, yeah. Yeah, Iron Hands. Iron Hands. Ferrous Manus. Metal Dragon Dude. He could be Metal Dragon Dude. Could be Elisif as well. Or it's Toddbringer. He would add the mod just so he can play as Boris Toddbringer. You'd feel a little affinity for the guy that lost his eye. Yeah, these are very loose in there. Guess he'd also like It could be Itkit. Someone needs to play the Skaven. I mean, he could also just like the Dwarves or Chaos Dwarves, because he likes making stuff, and that's what you do. Tomb Kings, again, would do the same thing for him. You make stuff. Add Snickitch. Oh, yeah! Deathmaster Snickitch, Clan Eshin. Would be very good. Wait, what the heck's that bit? Oh yeah, it's the back of a missile. I was like, I recognised this bit from somewhere. I didn't know what it was. It's missile. It's missile. The Seeker missile jet propulsion. Oh no, dropping things. Van Eshin spending all their time building assassins and snipping. Oh, I know! You got the other one. The assassin who is for High Elf in the Dark Elf lands. Because he has that special assassin unit as well. A character that has 100% chance of assassinating a target. And he has just ranges and stuff like that. Okay, yeah, we'll say Iron Hands is Elisif. And what's his name? Skaven dude. Clan Squire. It. Corvus would definitely play as Deathmaster Snitch, the assassin dude of the High Elves, and who's the most assassin focused Dark Elf at the moment? Because I know one of them is assassin focused. Also, I need to find another shield drone part in here. Big old box of bits. Give me the shield drone pieces. I know I had a spare shield drone in here. Ooh. Oh, that's World Eater shoulder pad. Because I wouldn't use shield drones on my heroes. Oh, not my heroes, my sergeants. Here we go, shield drone base. I want to say Malekith, but I could be talking at my back, but he feels very absolute coded. I mean, he is quite assassin. All of the Dark Elves are very assassin code, like backstabbing assassin types. But I feel like there should be one who is just like master of assassins. I know Absolute is kind of, you know, assassin-y focused, like with his politicking. And so is Malekith. But they're not really master. They're just leaders. They're just the ones in charge. Like, what's the name? The Mistress of Poisons. Do you have a new Dark Elder character? She's quite, you know, assassin-y focused. Cruella de Vil. I guess you've got Marathi, but she's more Slaneshi than assassin-y. Yeah, I don't really think there's a truly assassin-coded character for Dark Elves. Oh, actually, you've got, what's his name? The pirate dude. Not the pirate dude, the guy who... No, he's possessed by a demon. Actually, being partially possessed by a demon, that's a pretty carfacy, isn't it? You got Lokir Felheart. He's not assassin focused. He's pirate focused. Ooh, not Carver's. Conrad would probably like Lokir Felheart as well. You know, being able to just attack anywhere, anytime, at where your opponent's weakest, and then just being able to run away from them. Any character that allows you to do that. Conrad would probably love. Like the new... So basically any of the hard and water-focused factions. But you got a different one. Malus Darkblade, yeah. Malus Darkblade could be very Carthus themed. Guy who's half possessed by a demon. Very emo-y. He's out to the middle of nowhere. He uses a lot of assassins and stuff. Makes use of shade infantry. Well, there we go. Big old broadside battles. So we got... Actually, wait a minute. We got snipers. Snipers today. Bigger sniper. Definitely a sniper. Don't listen to what anyone else says. And then... Bigger sniper. You might think in drop pod as a sniper, yeah. Yeah, whenever you're just like as a space marine and you're like, you know that guy over there? Yeah, screw him in particular. You just fire a drop pod at them. Oh, literally, space marines do that. I find it hilarious. Just like, drop pods, cheap. We got a billion of them. Just throw a drop pod at the enemy. That's a fortress over there. Just throw a drop pod at it. Yeah. Oh gosh. Ferrous Manus though is the hardest one. I feel like for Ferrous Manus you just have to give him somebody like Boris Todbringer. Or do you know any of the other named characters that exist in the game just for not playable? You know, so forgotten that no one cares about them. But Boris Todbringer, you probably have an affinity for, you know. I don't know if it's possible, but Crucible of Champions Broadside to give a unit position. You're welcome.
I don't know if it's possible, but Crucible of Champions Broadside to give the unit precision. You're welcome, everyone else. Have fun.
Let's see if we can actually do this. I don't think we can. I think it's the option is might be able to. Let's look. New recruit. Let's go. New recruit over here. It's loading. New recruit's a bit slow today. There we go. Sashnell. We go. Oh no, it's not Sashnell. I'm being silly. It's the Battlesuit Veteran. There we go. Then Broadside Battlesuit. Fire Discipline, no. Warrior Bond. No. Cunning Ambush. No, he can't do precision. Sorry. I don't know where you'd get the precision from, unless it's like the Kim Band champion, maybe. No, there's no way to give a unit position. I don't think there's even that many precision weapons of the game. In like the Tower Empire in general. There might be a way to give Broadside Battlesuits precision via a stratagem, maybe. Sustained lethals. +1 strength, +1 AP. Nah. Mood terrible. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a way to have something like that. Let's look. Montcar. No. No. And you can't give Crucible characters enhancements, unfortunately. Retaliation Cadra. Fruit hunting pack. Kion. No. You can give him ignores cover. Point blank ambush. Attempting trap, maybe. Nah. Auxiliary Cadver. Nah. Unfortunately not. Unless... No. Sadly, whip, no sniper broadsides. I mean, they're still kind of snipery. Oops. Just shooting at the enemy from across the map. Well, thank you for coming to the stream today. I hope you have a good rest of your day. I wonder if these guys would be able to... Gosh, I think the Eldari we built today might be able to beat the broadside battlesuit. Just like we got power sword, blast guns, and snipers. Wait, where did my power sword go? Oh, there he is. He's right behind them. Sneaky. Sneaky. Yeah. Oh my gosh, you could actually get up behind a broadside and just like stab your power sword right through it and just take out the driver, the pilot. But big old love hearts to you all. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Remember to work harder but play harder. Take care of yourselves, be kind to others and vice versa. Ooh. Ooh, Briar's working. We're gonna raid her. We're gonna raid Briar. Do a cupcake raid. Let's go. Let's go raid Briar. Go and give her lots of love. She raids us. We're gonna raid her. I remember, sleep well, eat good food, dream of cupcakes, but don't eat for cupcakes because a friend's not food. Goodbye, everyone, and don't forget to do a cupcake raid. Smash! Love you all. And don't forget to like the stream.